Hello, everybody, and welcome to this third Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi Steinarsson, and I will be your host today. With me, as always, are two player experts, and you're in luck. It's a repeat from last time. One of them has hair, the other one doesn't. It is Scout and Rydekk. Let me bring you guys in here on the audio side as well so people can hear you. How are you guys doing today?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing awesome. We're about to see an Officer Club Championship, and I can never feel bad when that's about to happen.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting.
What about you, Rydekk? I hear there's a lot of heat going on in your country right now that you're not used to.
Usually at the moment it's like concentrating in my room. I don't know why. I didn't send any invitations for the warmth to come inside. But apparently there's a party going on, and I wasn't invited. I live here, so...
Okay, yeah. I got you. Well, we have 8 competitors that are about to duke it out for their share of the $1,000 prize pool here today. There are some familiar faces, but we also have some newcomers. So let's just start it out by taking a look at the bracket. So this is the bracket for today. We're starting off with J King 7 versus Darkness. That's a huge match, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Two titans really in the KARDS community are going to be pitted against each other at the very start. So it's going to be a very short tournament for one of these two.
Yeah, and I mean, these are two of the guys that have been here every month as well. This is the third tournament for both J King and for Darkness. So two of the veterans matching up early in the bracket.
Neither one of them have taken first, however.
That's true. Darkness, however, did win the KARDS Open, the first KARDS Open that we held last month. The finals were this month. So Darkness does have a title under his belt. J King doesn't still. So then after that, we have ByJ against Blue Blast. ByJ, obviously a newcomer here, but Blue Blast, someone we've seen consistently here, and the defending reigning champion.
I think it's going to be interesting how that's going to play out. So on one side, we have Blue, the man, the legend, the card master, and then we have this fairly unknown kind of guy just coming in and saying hi, see how this is going to play out to be.
Yeah, so ByJ is a Chinese competitor, but he is joining us from Detroit, Michigan. Coincidentally, he is also friends and hangs out with the other newcomer that we have in the list there, Titan, but we'll get to him a little bit later. Now let's look at the next match, where we do have another newcomer. This is a name that anybody that's been around the KARDS community should know. It's Wild Eyes taking on Ari Ben. Wild Eyes been a consistent player at the top of the ladder, but first Officer Club tournament for him here today. Taking on, Ari, that's a pretty tall task to take on in your first kind of competitive finals game.
Yeah, but as far as I'm aware, this isn't Wild Eyes' first time in a CCG competitive environment. No. I do believe he does come from Hearthstone.
Yeah.
And it was only a matter of time for him to end up here, so.
Yeah, absolutely. He does have a ton of experience, and talking to him before the tournament, he told me that he actually keeps a running score of his win-loss ratio against all of these players, and the only player that he has a negative score against is Ari Ben, and of course he gets matched up with him in the first match. So tall task here in the first game for Wild Eyes, but will he defy the odds and beat out Ari Ben? We'll have to find out. And then the final game in the 8-person finals, that is Titan versus Zero Canada Bear. And I mean, technically, you could say that both of these players are newcomers, but we did see Canada Bear playing for the chance to get to the top 8 because he was tied for that 8th position last month, but now he secured himself, got second place on the ladder, and is taking on the other newcomer, Titan, in that first match.
Yeah, and Canada Bear last time around didn't do really bad, to be honest. He really had a good streak going on there.
Yeah, I mean, well, he did face Hubble, and Hubble ended up winning taking second. So I'm really excited to see what Canada Bear is going to be able to pull out the bag here for us today. But we have the first match coming up, and that's going to be between J King 7 and Darkness. So let's see if the players are pretty much up and ready. Looks like it. I'll let them know that they can jump into. You are good to go. So let's take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing to the table. J King 7 is bringing a Soviet Japan deck, the only representation for Soviets in this whole tournament. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that's right. And by only Soviet representation, not even an ally nation for Soviet. This is it. And it's looking like a your usual Soviet mid-range, little value there, running a Japan ally.
Yeah, I had a run with this deck earlier today, and it's your typical kind of game, but this deck is looking promising, so we'll see. Lots of removal, but we'll see how it's gonna fare against Darkness's deck here. USA.
Hey, I want to point something out here right off the bat, guys. I think this is the first time we haven't seen Germany against Germany in the first match.
I think you're right. You're right. Seeing our only Soviet deck come out right away.
That was a little bit of a joke last time around. There was always Germany starting, but yeah, not this
Darkness, starting with his ramp deck, has very many ramp cards in his hand, but not really anything to ramp to.
He's ramping towards that Blackwatch, man. You gotta get that out.
I think the Soviet value ramp matchup is slightly in ramp's favor. However, it still is very close.
Yeah, it's very good for J King to get that engineers out early.
Maybe if Darkness had like a Death from Above or something, could have popped it early. J King not really having anything to drop super early on to go with it.
Is there a reason why he would not play the Takasaki there?
Maybe he wants to lure Darkness into like a sense of, I have no problem going up here. Drop the guard when it's important, when it's going to stop something, instead of it just getting removed for free.
Yeah, that's interesting. Blackwatch coming out, only hitting 3 orders in the hand, but that is a 5-credit Amphibious Assault and an 8-credit Blade of the Samurai. So removal taking some efficiency hits here early.
Probably good of J King to get rid of his hammer already, because with USA ramp, you have a lot of air units and the like, so getting a lot of value out of a hammer is pretty rare. Darkness does have that Grenadier Guards in hands, however, and see what he pulls here with this. Not too many great options, I'd say. Ooh, going for the B-29. Okay, I thought he would go for the Hellcat, or at least the Chaffee. That was last thing I'd expected there. But
man after your own heart, taking the Super Fortress.
Yeah.
But so now, I feel like J King now is paying for not playing that Takasaki earlier. He could have cleared that front line, relieved pressure if he had that on the board sooner.
Yeah, but then again, Darkness doesn't really have any hard removal against this, so it's J King has some time to get some good draws here. I think the double Grenadiers is gonna make it difficult for him though.
Darkness is getting ramped though, and we see that big draw card in his hand as well as another War Bond, so at any moment he could just explode.
Yeah, J King finding that Bloody Sickle top deck, and that's great for them because he does have that Naval Brigade in hand, able to combo that together to take out the Grenadier Guards.
Another Blade of the Samurai ready too. A lot of hard removal in J King's hand ready to go, but we're going to see what kind of units Darkness pumps out first.
Strategic planning comes out.
I wonder if J King didn't want to get the Takasaki out earlier in case Darkness would ramp up into a high altitude bombing or something. Just be able to completely wipe him out.
Interesting to see the rescue missions, I think, from Darkness. I think rescue mission is particularly good, though, however, with things like B-17 or Avenger. Very high priority removals, so if you can play those super swingy bombers with a rescue mission, it's very likely they're going to be targeted and removed first, unless your opponent is expecting the rescue mission. So it's very likely you'll trigger the rescue mission and just keep that pressure on. It's very hard to face.
Yeah, I mean, the rescue mission not being a very common card either, so I don't necessarily expect... Ooh.
The rescue mission there.
More ramp for Darkness.
It's not a bad catch, but I honestly think the Grenadiers would be a better option for that.
Oh, absolutely. I also... I feel maybe he shouldn't have used the rescue mission there. There's probably a method behind it. Maybe he really did want all that extra ramp, probably because of that B-29 in his hand. Honestly, it's probably what he was going for.
Yeah.
Next turn, he can attack with the B-29 as well, which is something we have not seen yet so far in the OCC.
That's true.
But I mean, just look at it. Darkness is at 16 credits. That's crazy.
Yeah, really early. Unfortunately, Darkness gonna have to wait to get that B-29 off if these Grenadier guards are destroyed.
I mean, he has to really. I mean, if Takagashi dies, then there's a chance that he might lose it because of the card effect. So I don't think he has much chance to wait. I mean, it's luck of the draw, really. But is he going to go for the cube on there? Okay.
All right.
Double.
J King will probably have an answer to a B-29 with those two blades in his hand.
Carpet bombing. That's good.
Ooh, a little graphical bug there.
Hey, I mean, we can just J King's not having any of it. It's not having any of it.
Very, very appropriate for cards. Darkness, the ability to actually clear everything here with a strat bomb and a carpet bomb, but that would be 2 discards for him.
Yeah.
I don't believe Darkness is running patrol to get rid of those death effects.
He is not.
Flying Fortress.
What I think here we're looking at, ordering is starting to matter a lot for Darkness. And I think he does want to get that B-29 out before he kills those Takasakis and potentially loses it.
We'll see.
That was actually really lucky for him that he got that artillery instead of either one of the Takasakis, because I think he can actually do a lot more against those Takasakis still on the board.
Probably going to see one of the blades come out.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is. However, Darkness can now blitz the B-29. There's just enough credits. The Takasaki's just out of range for the Avengers now, though. J King still packing that other blade. Gonna get lots of value out of these blades. A very big hit from Darkness, however.
Yeah, just look at the face on J King there when that came out.
I mean, J King has 2 options here. He can go for a samurai, or he can just sickle on that critical hit there if he wants to get rid of that bomber, and he really has to. Can't let that thing stay alive.
No, definitely not. And really good for J King to have that removal in hand, at least. Could have been in a lot of trouble if he didn't.
That's J King understanding his weaknesses, is very big, like, single units, and having all of the appropriate removal ready for it. Especially bombers.
There's the Pershing.
Pershing now, however.
I mean, Darkness's hand is really scary if you look at it. I mean, Corsairs, he has both a carpet bomb and another strategic, so...
Not too able to break the defenses of J King, however. Really hesitant to hit those Takasakis. I don't blame him, though.
I'm wondering, what target is J King looking for the red banner there? Is there anything specific that he's trying to combo it with in his deck?
Probably the 6th Airborne he has there, as well as the what's it called? Can't think of it. Siberian transfer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, pulling 2 KV1s with the parade.
Yeah.
I just noticed that.
That's a good draw.
Absolutely.
Did you guys see what he discarded from Darkness?
No, I didn't. What was it?
I think it was one of the engineers there. I think he discarded an engineer there.
Oh, that's pretty lucky then. Darkness did lose one of his strat bombings, however. Not sure it was going to get huge value anyways, but, you know, it sucks to see it go.
Does suck to see it go, but keeping that Corsair on the field with 1 HP.
Mm-hmm. Now, probably better that it got the strat bombing over, say, like the Avenger or even the carpet bomb.
Yeah, even the strategic planning, I think, is something that can help him out later on.
Going for the dry Avenger play.
Not sure if that was a good call, in my opinion, but we'll see. He's gonna pan out.
Breaking out.
Yeah, the sixth
airborne here.
6th airborne, just the perfect card for him to have in hand there to deal with that dry Avenger.
And that will eat the air defense as well. Very good for J King. Darkness, a little disappointment on his face, but
killing that. Yeah, that's not optimal.
That was a great turn for J King.
Oh, for sure.
Now,
now Darkness is a bit of a back foot here.
Yeah, he does have a lot of draw, however. B17 coming out.
Double carpet.
Will he go for the gamble?
I mean, he's still
probably not. Maybe this is rough for him.
Just gonna get a bit more credits here for next turn.
Yeah, Darkness really doesn't have any great options here at all. Those are 2 big units.
Oh man.
Ooh, the double KV1. Probably just the one. Definitely wants to get that 7 damage hit in.
Yeah, that's true. I got really excited for the double KV1 on the War Bond straw. Like, I was like, 200 IQ.
Rescue mission. So what's he gonna do with all of this?
Probably hit the KV1, trade into the 7-4, drop the B17.
Hopefully kill the KV1. Yes, he does.
That was a good turn. And only the hammer in hand there for J King. Doesn't have the answer for that B17.
Yeah. Like we were saying earlier, the hammer not very good into this.
Yeah. And no draw either, so.
It's true. Okay. Darkness getting a little low in the health department. Blackwatch can buy him a little bit of time, but...
So he has that strategic planning in hand as well. You got to remember, I mean, J King's only at 18 health, so just the strategic planning on that B17 is
he may go for pace here. Oh, okay, that works too. Yeah, very good strategic planning, I think.
Yeah, that B17 is really scary now.
Ooh, the amphibious assault, however, winning the game for J King.
Well done.
That was I'd say that was a close game.
Yeah, J King looks relieved there as well.
Yeah, that was actually a fantastic game.
Also, very refreshing to not see the German Ditto immediately out the gates.
yeah. No, I was actually really. I think this was one of the more kind of even slugfest type games we've seen in the OCC so far. So I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was a really close game for both parties there. I mean, it looked like Darkness had, despite having a monstrous hand at some point, and just, it was very close for both parties.
All of that super hard removal from J King, I think, really bringing him through it. He was able to immediately remove any big immediate threats right away.
All right, game number 2. We're not wasting any time. Let's just jump straight on into it. And what do you know? Game number 2 brings us the ever anticipated German Ditto. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, guys. I'm gonna say this game is not gonna be as long as the first game of today.
Yeah, I think so too. It's gonna be it's gonna be blitzed, I think.
Pretty decent hand, I would say, for J King. He has the fast hinds already. Has a big draw card.
Now should be for darkness. That could be good.
Could be.
Is he gonna
Darkness
play
also has the Flampanzer.
Okay. Yeah, he does. So.
Oh, look at the reaction there from J King. Sees that Naship come out, and he knows. He knows.
It's gonna be really difficult for him to remove that without a Flampanzer.
Yeah,
even with a joint operation.
Yeah. Have it, but we'll see how that's gonna pan out. It's just gonna be. I think this game is gonna be all about who's gonna get the. Who's gonna be able to maintain the front line. Really, that's essentially gonna be it.
So here's a very, very, very interesting situation for J King. He has to decide, does he hit face or does he kill the Panzer 35T? And he decides to kill the Panzer 35T to deny Darkness the extra 2 credits for being the one to do the trade because of the Naship.
Yeah, those extra 2 credits this early on is massive as well. That would be kind of foolish for him to leave it on the board.
Yeah.
The Adler coming for J King. Honestly, a bit of a rough hand for him. However, next turn he could get an extremely potent fast hinds.
Here comes the combat engineers.
All of the tank. Yeah, here comes the encirclement. A very common, powerful play we see from Germany. The encirclement on the Volksgrenadiers.
Yeah, J King's face did say it all there. Darkness that turn just put 13 HP in the front line, and that's absolutely killer against a deck like this one.
Is he gonna play fast hinds? Fast hinds? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
That's gonna be big.
But he is forced to use all of the damage on these Volksgrenadiers.
Yeah, these 2 Volksgrenadiers are a damage sink for Darkness, but...
And he still has the issue of those 109th Engineers in the support line.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He's going to need to get a joint ops off on that very soon.
Nebelwerfer also coming in. Great timing. He can get rid of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, choosing not to, though.
Yeah, very strange, I think. Probably really wants to just keep the front line bolstered, I think. He could trade the Volks in and still drop the Nebel with that Nashib.
Yeah, that's probably what he's been doing, what he's thinking.
Still have credits to attack afterwards.
Yeah.
It's not a bad move there.
See, I should never question what Darkness is doing. He knows what he's doing.
Very unfortunate hand for J King, I think.
Yeah. If he had Alliance like a turn earlier, he could have used that instead of fast hinds, I think.
Nah, he wouldn't have had the credits, unfortunately.
Yeah.
This tough choices for J King to make.
Has to kill the 109th, right?
That's the scary thing about German US is just at any moment it can just explode. It's got the credit cheating in the form of the Adler and the Nashib. It's got massive cheap AoE buff cards. It's blitzy. It is very evil. Very frightening.
Hey, I mean, I still got to say I'm really happy this game's gone to turn 7 at least. At least we're getting some gameplay out of it.
Starting to play the Alliance. It's not a bad move considering these units are gonna die next turn anyway.
Yeah, this is looking extremely rough.
I mean, I think
for J King.
That's it. I mean, the game's over for J King, I think, at this point in time.
Yeah, he has lethal, I think.
No, he lacks the credits. He lacks the credits.
Yeah.
But like clawing yourself back from this position, if you're J King, is just extremely, extremely difficult.
One might even say impossible.
One might even say impossible. That is absolutely true.
I don't think there's anything in J King's deck that could even save him from the amount of pressure that this German US puts on.
No, and I mean, and that's the thing. Is like in the mirror matchup as well. When you fall behind, you don't have the AOE, either AOE control or AOE clearing to really be able to bounce back effectively.
Now he's gonna have to expend all of his units here just to prevent lethal from happening.
And as we know, Darkness has that other Panther in hand, and he's just gonna close it out right there.
And that's 1-1.
Yeah, and that's game number 2 being closed out there by Darkness, bringing us to 1-1. Game number 3, a pure finale here in the first matchup of the day. I think this sets a really good tone for the rest of the day. But now we come to a very interesting one, right? So, J King won with his Soviet deck. Darkness won with his German deck. So neither of them can bring these decks again.
Mm-hmm.
So J King still has his German deck.
That's right. And
Darkness only has what is it? A Brit USA and his ramp deck. So he has a commando or like a Britain deck and a ramp deck.
Mm-hmm. And he's probably very aware that J King's probably going to take the German deck again.
Exactly. So I think this is gonna be the first time today we get an answer to the question: are these players planning and strategizing around that German deck? And as we go into the game, here we go.
Oh, that's a surprise.
J King, I think, already better options than what he had last game. At least getting. Well, no, he had the Fast Heinz last time. The thing that Darkness had was the Nashub and the 109th and the Fast. Yeah.
Yeah. But look. Darkness got 2 very key cards there. The Honey and the East Surrey.
Yeah.
And the Albacore even.
Yep, the Albacore can slow
the
down.
Honey is going to be what keeps him alive for a while. If J King doesn't have an immediate answer.
Ooh, the Black Watch as well. That could actually slow down J King, prevent him from either using that Fast Heinz or if it hits an alliance in his hand as well, pushing that back a couple of turns.
Probably most definitely going to use it now.
Yeah.
So, pretty big board for J King on his 3rd turn. Darkness, don't think he had an immediate answer ready. He has an Albacore. Can't quite play the Black Watch yet. He does have the East Surrey. Okay.
He does have the East Surrey, and he has the Commando, which I think is very interesting into this. Next turn, he's going to be able to play both the Albacore and the Commando.
Yeah.
Just puts him in a really good position to be able to kind of fight back in turn 5.
Absolutely. See the Albacore go out on the Nebel Warfare, yes.
Makes sense.
He really needs to stall to that Carpet Bomb.
Yeah. I think
Before... Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Darkness might play his Alliance next turn. He has 4 good units to do it on. To deploy it on, better said.
Yeah, I think that would make sense, for sure. I mean, especially if J King opts to go for, flooding the board with units here and playing that Whirlwind instead of killing that Surrey. No. Choosing to get the units off the board, doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Good job in recognizing that for J King there.
Things looking a little awkward for Darkness right now. He's got the Black Watch, but that's not going to do a whole lot for him. He still has that honey doing work for him, however. We may see that come back later to save him. That slow trickle of hit points.
Interesting to opt for the retreat here. I wonder what he's going to retreat.
I think he might,
He seems unsure.
Yeah,
Huh.
tough decision there.
I'm thinking what he's probably doing there is he wants to try and choke out J King's credit spend, right? He wants to force him to use another 3 credits for 1 damage in next turn, only leaving him 3 credits to move an attack with.
J King could do a lot of damage this turn with what he has on board, however.
Yeah. He can do what? 8, 12. He can do 15 damage.
But that may be what Darkness wants. Maybe he wants him to commit to the damage, so he's primed for the Carpet Bomb.
Both that he's primed for the Carpet Bomb and that he's able to use the Alliance. I think that could be a pretty significant play if he gets that RAAF allianced up. It's going to end up being a 5-7.
J King really unsure if he wants to attack or go for the draw. Okay, not completely going face, softening up that RAAF. So when it trades, it's going to die. Another guard coming out for Darkness.
That's really nice for Darkness.
Probably as the commando for that Panzer, the RAAF for, I guess, the Nebelwerfer, or that works as well.
Yeah, he's taking 5 damage off the board there if he goes for that Panzer 35T.
One for that. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good order of battle there.
Darkness can Carpet Bomb next turn, however.
Yeah.
And that might have been what he was thinking as well. You know, leave the lower HP targets.
Mm-hmm.
Really thinking about deploying the Panzer 3H there. Does he want to kill the guard first, or what does he want to do? He's thinking.
This Verbal Wind is probably not going to last long. It is good to get it on the front line, though, versus Britain especially, because Verbal Wind in the front line means, you know, pin.
Yeah. Pinned
on all those aircraft.
Now it's going to be interesting what Darkness wants to do. Does he want to use the carpet bombing here? Opts
Yeah.
to do it. Yeah.
Don't give him a chance to buff.
No.
No.
Now we see the Avenger come out for the
Leopold.
Leopold. Might want that joint operation, however, to get rid of the honey, but Leopold is also extremely good, especially with how late this game is getting.
Yeah. I mean, I instinctively started thinking joint op just because if he does get any more damage to the face, it could be a good finisher for him. But the Leopold does make more sense in the long run.
Mm-hmm. He knows this game still has a long way to go, probably. As we've seen with honeys, you could potentially just explode in healing in a single turn if you get a lot of draws going off.
Air power, great card for Darkness to pick up there.
Mm-hmm. Air power is a great card for just fighting the German aggro in general, because it doesn't care how much you're buffed, it's killing your tank.
Yeah, I actually started running more air powers as a standard in most of my British decks, British US decks.
You see a Blackwatch and an Alliance. There it is. Buffing that honey up. Getting a nice chunky guard on the front line.
Yeah, and that Fury could start to count for something. I guess the positive here for J King is that he's able to push both of those back next turn with the Leopold, so he doesn't have to deal with them forever.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does he want to damage here? He's going for the Blackwatch. killing it, and that leaves the
face damage.
HQ open for some damage there.
Might see the carpet bomb come out this turn. Wait,
what
no,
a-
he's already
we
used
can do
carpet
it
bomb.
there.
My bad.
That was a great top deck for Darkness, I want to say. Getting that we can do it.
Yeah, there's a couple of options here in this round. You can go for the we can do it. You can go for air power and Corsair.
I mean, we can do it just makes so much sense for him there. Because it also has the draw. Yeah. That was an excellent solve there for Darkness.
Yeah, he's just gonna.
Leopold potentially coming out right now. Yeah, there it is. Getting all those buffs off the honey. Shutting down that healing. Darkness.
Double money now.
Yeah, this is rough for Darkness, I think.
This is tough for him. I mean, he's always going to be playing those honeys.
I think the
For
Leopold
sure.
was a bit premature in my opinion.
I feel like that was Darkness's best play right there. Was the Corsair and the 2 honeys. Gives them a lot of healing. Ooh,
Now
the
this could be.
bounce coming out. Could get rid of that Corsair. And just smack face. Yeah, get all that damage, and there's still the 2 honeys, but I don't think Darkness had a big draw card in his hand.
There it is.
Oh,
Here comes a special delivery.
there it is. Yeah, that might be what saves him right there.
Now the question is, does he want to, is he fine with abandoning the commando there, or does he want to play it? I think the credits
he would
are
be
more important.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shelling. Oh my god.
The look on Darkness's face says it all there.
Yeah.
That's gonna sting for Jaking here.
Oh, the look on
Jaking's
Jaking's
not like
face
that.
says it all.
That is brutal.
Oh, I love having face cams, guys. This is so much better.
Yeah,
Look
so
of disgust.
yeah, and Jaking only has one more card in his hand, so his options are very limited.
And his
Well,
entire support
special
line is
delivery.
pinned. And he can only draw next turn. He can't deploy any units.
Oof, that sucks to have to get rid of.
Oh,
But
That's
he needs the
rough.
draw.
The Comet,
Comet,
another
maybe.
special. Is he gonna do it again? He's gonna get rid of the Wurble here. Engineers, Nashub, Panzer II.
now he's finding all the cards that he needed a little bit earlier in the game.
Yeah. Is it gonna be enough? The Alliance could be big.
For sure.
So what do you do here if you're Darkness?
Hope for a carpet bomb, but he might go for the B-17, or he could alliance and get rid of that Leopold.
Yeah.
He loses his honeys, I think.
I mean, how much does he have? 8. Yeah, I think Blackwatch into Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
That way you also buff the Blackwatch a bit, and then you can just trade.
Yeah, that Leopold's a huge threat for him right now.
There we go.
Kill the other artillery, yeah.
And that way he still has frontline control there for at least
And
this turn.
that's his last alliance. Yeah.
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 He used his other one earlier.
Ashab coming out. We can see the double 109th as well.
But I mean, surely
But,
Darkness is running Rule Britannia in the sec. Double 109th.
Pretty huge.
And he... Okay.
Not quite enough credits for the Comet,
Comet, no.
but that's a very nice buffer for the random destruction, though.
I
The thing
mean,
is-
Jaking has the ability to get some damage out if both those units stay up.
Ooh, yeah, this might seal the deal. I think he just goes face here with everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close that game out. No more honeys.
So how much does that leave him? That's 4.
He's gonna move both of those 109th up as well because they buff each other.
Darkness, I think, really
Darkness
hoping
needs cards.
to get that carpet bomb, but he couldn't quite get it. I don't think there is an elite British guard.
No. I think the Sexton here is probably the best that he can take. He's able to kill a lot with those Corsairs. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. If you can kill all those 2 units
But
there.
it's over anyways because we know they both know the Comet is there. And that's it.
Does he realize? Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And that's it. J King finding the Comet after a really, really, really hard fought battle. I think this is the most amount of resistance we have seen one of those German decks take while still finding the victory. Absolute fantastic play by Darkness there, keeping himself really on the ball, making the right moves to kind of cut J King off at any corner, but ultimately not enough. Excellent play there from J King. Some really high level decision making, keeping his deck in the game and helping him secure that win.
And I'd like to point out, Darkness was never really on the offensive that game. He was purely 100% had to use everything for defense. The closest he got to getting an offense rolling was when he got that shelling with the double honeys and the big draw. But when J King got those 2 109s and the Comet, you could just see how often it can just explode and just do tons of damage, and it's a constant, fighting back that aggression.
Yeah,
for sure,
absolutely. Well, that's it. That's the first matchup of the day. J King taking out the KARDS Open champion Darkness, advancing into the next round. He did make a proclamation in the Discord before the tournament started, and he said that if he got past Darkness, he would take the whole thing home. So he's going to be having to live up to those big words, having got past his first hurdle there. Facing either ByJ or Blue Blast in the next round. We can actually take a look at the bracket here, and I'll update it as we speak. Where are we here?
So, ByJ and Blue Blast, what are the expectations for these two?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from ByJ. I haven't seen him before. But
same here.
I do know that Blue Blast is one of our top players. He's been in the OCC for 3 rounds in a row, and he is the defending champion. So I think ByJ is definitely going to have his work cut out for himself.
Yeah, for
Blue
sure.
Blast, the first person bringing the new discard decks we're seeing in these deck lists here.
Yeah, a Japan-Germany deck.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to a quick 3-minute break before we head into the next match. So we'll see you in just a bit.
While they were dancing around, all around, all around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this third Officer Club Championship. We just saw J King take out Darkness in the opening match of the tournament. And up next, we have Bai J taking on the reigning champion, Blue Blast. What do you guys think? How do you think that matchup's going to go?
I think we're going to see German-US at the start from both players. And I can't really say what's going to come after that. I'm looking at that discard deck from Blue, and I'm struggling to think of when that would come out or what situation that's good in. But he's the expert, so.
That's true. I mean, we have 3 decks in the tournament that are very similar in that regard, in terms of like the package that it brings to the Japan main nation from Germany. So clearly there has to be something behind these decks if all these top players are, if 3 out of 8 top players are bringing it to the tournament.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what their reasoning is. Maybe it is because it's really good into maybe like ramp or the German-US meta. So
yeah. I'm interested in seeing if it is a German-US meta counter.
I guess we'll have to see.
At least the way Blue Blast has his deck constructed, it does have a lot of control in it.
I mean, that's true. But again, it has to be the right matchup, I suppose. So only time will tell. We'll see in a couple of minutes. And,
yep. I just got the message from the players that they are indeed ready to head on into the match. The challenge has been issued. The players are going to be selecting their decks, and we're going to see if we'll have a second Officer Club Championship non-German mirror match in the first match. It's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
I think if we see either one of these players, or if we see Blue bring his Japan deck into the first match, I think it's pretty clear that that is meant to be something that takes on the Germans.
yeah, I can agree with that.
Now, so the new guy, the Bai J.
Yeah.
So I really think, he's from. Well, where was he from exactly?
He's from China, but he does live and play out of Detroit, Michigan.
All right. So we'll see how that's going to play out to be.
And there we go. We are into the match. Game number 1 in this best-of-3 series between Blue Blast and Bai J. Blue Blast, our returning champion. Bai J, the newcomer. First Officer Club Championship for him. Bringing his US-Italy deck.
Oh, there it is.
And the triple Usagi.
There it is.
Guys,
Blue
what is
with the shock on
happening?
his face.
What is
he's
happening?
enjoying this already. And he has the supply lines afterwards as well, so it's gonna be even bigger next round.
Oh my god.
Oh, the combat.
Oh,
He's not going. Yeah, look at that.
Guys,
Blue's.
What is this, ladder?
what is happening? We're in the Officers Club Championship, guys.
Blue's like, I didn't sign up for this, and the double
The
supply
double-
shipments.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's going for it. That's 7. Yeah, that's a 7-9 unit, and I don't think Blue has. Oh, he's gonna go for that. That has to be the most insane top deck in OCC, I think. Three Usaches, and then my goodness, then 2 supply shipments. So let's
Bai
see.
J saying, "Yo, let's go. I got places to be. Chop chop, you know."
I have the finals to go to. Hurry up. So
Man.
that is 1 point shy of lethal here.
Look at that unit. It's 9-9.
Blue does have a shelling.
Yeah, but yeah, he's going for it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's gonna stall, and that's gonna
I'll
kill
buy
the
him
energy.
a tiny bit of time.
I mean, but not a lot. There's another L640. Oh my
Probably
God.
doesn't want to drop that because
Yeah.
he doesn't want his things to get retreated.
War bonds.
What do you do? What do you do now if you're blue? You have to weaken do it.
I
And hope
think
for.
we can do it and trade the honey into the 3-2. Like that's all he's
Yeah.
got. He does have a big guard now. Maybe he can survive this onslaught, but this is pretty crazy.
Well, I think there's probably not a better player suited to deal with this onslaught with a cool and calm head than Blue Blast. He's probably been there, done that, and seen it all.
Yeah, Bajay
Sherman
is
coming
smelling
out,
leather.
just keep the pressure up.
Does have a grenadier. That's gonna be big.
But I mean, at the same time, Bajay, he basically just has to draw a 99th, and the guard doesn't matter. The game's over.
Yeah. Blue needs to put a lot of faith into that guard, I think. I think that's his only option. There's nothing he can really retreat. He definitely cannot kill that L640.
I apologize for any construction noise that might be coming through my microphone. Yep, guard coming out for blue.
Blue a little
Blue's
frustrated.
spraying
This is not great. The L640 is in carpet bomb range, however, now.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, blue can clear the board next turn.
I think the Greyhound may have been a mistake. I don't know.
He doesn't know. Actually, he needs to attack first. No. Okay, using all his credits.
All right. Back in it.
Rinse and repeat. Let's
Yeah.
do it again.
Yeah, but the thing now is he already used 3 Usaches and 2 supply shipments, so he's not going to be able to buff his L6 up a lot more than.
No, that's true. That's true. But he's holding a Seaborn Invasion.
Yeah,
But-
Blue Blood's
Dropping
still in
Mosquito in a
a lot
guard.
of trouble. But
I think it was smart to not kill the
the L6.
L640, like keeping that retreat on the board that he can later utilize for, say, this Seaborn. Bajay kind of lost all of his momentum, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think a good Seaborn can help him come back now. Blue taking the relieving sip of Gatorade.
I mean, you can pretty much see the sigh of relief when he played that story regiment out there. He's like, thank God, at least there's some buffer.
What's he gonna pick from this? So air landing Lancaster and another Pioneer. I think a double Pioneer might be interesting. Then
I
again,
think that's a
Lancaster's
little
also
too much.
just-
Yeah, I think he wants to go for the Lancaster, probably.
Yeah, I'd be going for the Lancaster here. He's not running a ton of low-cost orders that he can basically make free with the second Pioneer. And just having the option to play out the Lancaster with the Blitz is really important.
I think Blue should move his Pioneers to the front line,
Yeah.
and then maybe drop the War Bonds. Maybe not, but... Probably wants to War Bonds now, and then maybe do a Rule Britannia next turn. Attack.
Ooh. Is he gonna use his airborne invasion now? That's the question.
Yeah, I think Seaborn Invasion is always going to be coming out from here. I would be very shocked if he played a naked half-track to retreat that Mosquito that can then just trade right back with the deployment effect. So
Yeah.
That's not bad.
a decent roll there. And pushing, look at that. He pushed the Pioneers so that they're no longer, the HQ is no longer guarded.
Oh,
Ooh, yeah. That is
so
very
bad.
dirty.
So what are the options here for Blue?
Well, luckily,
Clear.
Yeah, luckily Blue Blast does have the ability to clear, but this could have cost him some issues.
Very strong alliance there. You can trade into the Marines, trade into the 3-3, and then move his Pioneers up once he wants to go for the ramp. But
yeah. I mean,
he really should be securing the front line.
Yeah, he was sitting on that RAF Lightning, so he could have retreated one of those infantry units, but gunship missions.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can find all 3 of them in the next couple of turns, who knows?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, there we go. The honey.
The honey.
Yeah.
Saving grace here.
Let me check. See what kind of draw he's running in this deck.
I think it's primarily through his war bonds, the draw that he's running.
For by J. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
I think it's he has 1 Sherman and he
Yeah, you're right.
really does not have draw. He doesn't, no.
There's the 99th. He needed that a little bit sooner.
Too little, too late.
I mean, if he would have had that 99th against the second East Surrey that Blue Blast played, that game would have been over.
Okay, I think what he should do here is retreat the Pioneers, move the L6 up, retreat something else, and like because he does have a strategic bombing as well.
Yeah.
So like if he got rid of the honey with the retreat, that he's got a chance. But I think he needs to get rid of the honey.
Yeah,
the Pioneer didn't retreat the same way this time though. That's unfortunate.
Wait. I don't know if I agree with that play. Why not kill the mosquito and get both of those units back into your hand?
I don't know.
Because he could have played it again, right? He could have played that half track one more time and retreated the Pioneers off the field.
Yeah, Blue has 2 more series to use, so it's looking dire now for buy here.
Yeah, Buy had a really explosive opening, but looking at his deck, he really lacks any kind of finisher.
Blue Blast has a great combination in hand, and that's the Rule Britannia HMS Illustrious combo. Basically gives you 2 5/5 bombers with Blitz.
Yeah, looks like he's going for it.
That might be
leaving his HQ open.
And this is one of the reasons why you do see those 2 cards being run in a lot of these British decks now. But even then, you can retreat both of those air units, but that won't help him.
It's not gonna be enough.
The honey.
That's game. Dang.
And I think after one of probably the more exciting opening salvos of any game I have ever watched in Cards, Blue Blast finds a way to claw his way back into this and take home the W in this first match, and in the second first match of this tournament that is not a German mirror matchup. Yes.
Yeah, Blue running that deck, success. I think, because his deck looked really strong at stopping the aggro.
Yeah.
And I think he played it maybe expecting German aggro, and it worked out.
But he got that Italian aggro instead.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Bai had an insane top deck. He had 3 Saches, he had an L6, he had 1 supply shipment already in his hand. He was getting so big so quickly, but that's the thing with the Italian L6 decks, is that you kind of rely on those kind of cards, and once they die or they get reset, it's over.
That's the problem with Italy in general, is really all or nothing. You either snowball and win or lose, and he lost his snowball and he lost, and that's how it goes.
Man, but at the same time, that was for me, a very, very, very entertaining game. It's a new strategy. I mean, a lot of people have probably frustrated having run into this on ladder, being killed like turn 4 by a single tank. But seeing it in a tournament setting and do this well, I was pretty happy. All right, we're going into game number 2 between Blue Blast and ByJ. Blue Blast currently 1, ByJ 0, and it is the ever-loved German Ditto matchup. Both players going like, all right, no more time to mess around. Let's just bring out the Germans.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed in ByJ's decks, and I think it's what a lot of newcomers to tournaments do, is his decks look very much like ladder decks. They don't look like tournament decks, and I think that's going to be what holds ByJ back.
Yeah.
He's got a burn deck, and he's got 2 aggro decks, and those are very, very ladder-centric decks, and I don't think they're going to work too well here.
Let's talk a bit about Blue Star here. He already has an alliance. He has a couple of more early blitz units, so
yeah,
that's a good start for him.
He also got those 109th out, but luckily for ByJ, he did have that joint op to get it right off the board.
That's a good option.
Nebelwerfer out. ByJ not quite packing a Flampanzer yet.
Double joint operations for By here. He's gonna play them, or he's thinking about it.
So I mean, he does have the option of killing the frontline tank, the SD said, if he plays the Nashab first, because he does need another unit type on the board to get that joint up to 3 damage.
No, I think he screwed up there.
I think that was a misplay. Yeah.
I wonder actually. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was a misplay because next turn he can drop the Nashab and hit with the 1-3 Panzer 3 and get 2 credits back. So maybe he's setting up a way to get some extra credits next turn. Blue Blast entering the matrix there.
Yeah. Contacting Trinity to give him some good RNG, I suppose.
He's locating his next top deck.
Blue looks like he's really setting up for an alliance. Nah.
Yeah, he's turning all shades of red and green and gray. And blue.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
He's back. Yeah, Nashab playing that Flampanzer, getting a lot of credits back there. I mean,
he might even play Alliance now again.
He won't have the credits. He's going to be one
not
on.
quite enough.
But what he could do is he could move it up. Okay, so I'm gonna pose a question here. I wonder if he. No, that wouldn't have worked. I'm wondering if he had a way to get the Adler out to save that 1 credit, but I don't think so. Do you guys move up and take the front line here?
Yeah, you definitely want to take the front line here because it's Germany. Germany wants front line, and your opponent is Germany, so you want to deny them front line, and yeah,
on and on it goes.
Pretty much.
All right.
So
I think he decided not to move the other Panzer up because he wants to keep the smoke screen on it while that artillery's on the board until he can maybe get a kill with it. The Alliance could be a really strong play here. You get Alliance and Nebelwerfer for that Flampanzer.
Yeah, looks like that's the route he chooses to go. Makes a lot of sense. He can also play both of those SDs next turn to buff that Nebelwerfer even further.
Ooh, that is strong.
So is he gonna send back with this? He's gonna play his Adler first, I think.
He may go for the Adler and then the Alliance.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's rough. It's not a whole lot of damage coming out.
On the board.
Yeah.
But now,
interesting that he retreats the tank there and leaves the buffed Nebelwerfer on the field. The Nebelwerfer obviously able to trade without taking any damage back.
Mm-hmm. The Nebelwerfer, however, does not have smoke screen, so he can attack that.
Which is true.
now Blue does
get an
have
order
the
here.
errata.
Ooh, gets another alliance.
Yeah.
Blue can easily clear the board here. And be primed for an alliance next turn.
Yeah, great play there from Blue. And if he does get that alliance off uninterrupted, that is a huge alliance. That's going to push his Nebelwerfer to be a 7-6 artillery in the backline.
ByJ, not very many good options here. He's got the Panther A, but as we know, Blue has that alliance in hand, and he's about to just explode. He could kill that Panther in a single hit with the Nebelwerfer.
Yeah.
Mm.
But, I mean, there's nothing else that ByJ can really do here.
No.
He doesn't have another play other than that Panther. I mean, I guess if he was really, really desperate for the card draw, he could move his Nashib up and play the draw infantry. But, man, that's a huge alliance.
That is scary.
Indeed it is.
Now Blue's just gonna comfortably take the front line here, and there's not much that Bai can do against this.
I think that's it for ByJ.
He has a Howler in his hand, but he doesn't have the tanks to really justify placing it. He got one unit from that.
This is rough.
This is incredibly.
I mean, I guess the good news is that he's able to at least draw a card at the end of that turn. But
Another alliance there.
that would have helped him if he got that. If he would actually have a chance to get that out on any units, which I don't think he will.
Blue's Nashib coming in play now. I don't think it's really going to make much of a difference to the current state of the board. I think he can easily wipe everything.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I mean, I guess for ByJ, the only thing that he's going to be able to do next turn is he's going to be able to alliance his Nashib and make that a 4-8, but not much more than that.
Yeah. Blue is out of cards, and ByJ just lost what little draw he had.
Autocanona, but it's not gonna be
For an
useful.
order here.
Joint top.
Joint tops could be good.
I mean, it does give him 4 damage, but that's still not enough to get that Nebelwerfer off the board.
Yeah, that Nebelwerfer is getting tons of value right now. Maybe in hindsight, he should have sent the Nebelwerfer back instead of the Stug. Yeah. This is really rough for him.
Flampanzer, this is lethal, right? 9, 12, 13, 14. No, he's 3 off lethal at the moment. But he is able to clear the board without losing any of his units if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, I think he should be going face here.
Yeah, 6, 9, 12, 15 damage that he has on board right now.
Yeah, I just
Ain't
got
it safe though? Ain't it real safe?
Yeah, but it's not gonna matter. Next round he has lethal.
Yeah, giving ByJ absolutely no room to come back.
Here comes a comet.
He can't even buff it. Damn.
Yeah, too little, too late.
Unfortunately, you are correct. It's going to be a little bit too little, too late for ByJ there. The Comet not able to save him. and Blue Blast will, with those 2 last attacks, take game number 2 in this first round of the Officer Club Championship against ByJ. And with that, we say goodbye to ByJ. Thank him for his participation and congratulate him for making it to the top 8 OC. It was absolutely fantastic to get to see him compete here today, and we hope to see him again in the future. But we now know that it's going to be Blue Blast moving forward, taking on J King in the next round. And that is a big battle. Blue Blast and J King.
I mean, if J King does manage to defeat Blue, then he has a good chance in the finals. But we're gonna see how that's gonna develop. Honestly, I think, given the fact that J King just defeated Darkness, he has that extra boost in mentality. So we'll see. Blue, but then again, Blue's not faced by anything. You could see by the U.S. Italian rush deck there at the start.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to get the bracket all sorted out for us. I'm working on it. There we go.
A little bit more to the left. Off center. No, bad.
It is. Oh no. All right, there we see the bracket. I'm fixing it. I promise. There we go. Wait. It's better.
A little bit. Yeah,
it's better.
There we go.
It's better. All right. There we see the bracket. We are 2 games deep. J King 7 taking out Darkness in a 3-game series. Blue Blast 2-0ing ByJ there. Moving on, and that tells us the first semifinal in this Officer Club tournament is going to be J King 7 versus Blue Blast. Now, next up is we're going to be moving on to the second half of the bracket. And that has Wild Eyes versus Ari Ben as our next match. What are your predictions for that one, guys?
Well, my predictions have been wrong so far, but I'm going to make the same prediction and say Germany, first game.
I'm going to put up some money on that as well. It's your typical, everybody wants to have their aggro decks out first.
But maybe we're dumb. Maybe there's a reason we haven't seen it in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah. Could very well be. But in any case, we'll be right back in about 3 minutes with the next matchup, which is going to be Wild Eyes against Ari Ben. While we're on the break, we're going to get the players situated on their machines and ready to log into the games. So we'll see you in just a bit. And we are back. Slightly longer break than I expected, but we're back. We made it, and the players are in game and are getting ready. Challenge has been issued, and I'm about to give them the green light and go ahead. So let's look at the decks that these guys are bringing into this match. Ari Ben, Germany, USA. Shocker. He was the guy that kind of pioneered that Fast Heinz deck as well. Japan, Germany, and then Britain, USA. So what might we see Japan this round?
Could be.
Maybe. It's the same deck that we mentioned that Blue brought, but that he didn't actually play, the Japan-German discard, which is strange to me, but maybe we'll see it this time. And if either of them gets to the finals, we'll definitely see one of them played at least. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. We are heading into game number 1 in this best-of-3 series between Ari Ben and Wild Eyes. Ari Ben giving us some sunshine today with his picture. He's a lion. Wild Eyes there coming to us from Germany.
Yeah,
and
Japanese aggro coming up right away, so...
Yeah, hey, this was the deck with the mountain guns from Ari.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Kind of a shock to see that, but maybe there's a really good reason for it. Maybe he sees a ton of potential in it that I don't. Looking at Wild Eyes decks here, they're in German, so I'm but it looks like ramp.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's ramp. Seeing just the hand that he got there, it already looked like ramp for him.
Ari, going up against a ramp deck, sitting with that what do you call it? To the last man in his hand.
Yeah.
Could be a very powerful play later on. The sudden strike's coming out.
Yeah.
See, all right, you know what that is? That is honey tech right there, dude.
Yep.
He came in, he's like, I see honeys. I don't like honeys. Get them off my screen. So he runs sudden strike and.
No, I mean, I think like anybody that's been playing the ladder a bunch recently knows that sudden strikes and eagle claws have become way more popular because of the honey.
Yeah.
Well, even for the German aggro, like, a sudden strike will get rid of that super buff tiny German tank.
That's true. The sudden strikes and as well with the I forgot what I was gonna say, so it's fine.
Those L640 decks as well.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Good against.
That's what I was about to say. Thank you, L640. I don't play Italy, in case you didn't notice.
You should.
I don't blame you. Oh.
Now, smart move there to deploy the P40 there already. That really offsets the early aggression from Ari there, and he doesn't really have anything against that.
Yeah, I think if you're playing USA and you have a P40 on turn 4, you play a P40 on turn 4.
Yeah. I'm of the opinion that the P40 is probably one of the best cards in the game. If you play it on curve, there are not many cards that can deal with it turn 4, so it'll always stick for at least a couple of turns.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty card. It buys you a lot of time.
Yeah, as you see there, that Akita costing 3 to move, right, for Ari. I mean, that's half his turn to move his 2/1 up into the front line next turn if he wants to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, other
Takasagi. Yeah, Takasagi, however, doesn't really have to move, so he's fine. Opting to trade the P40. Might see the bombing raid come out and get rid of that nasty P40.
Yeah, I think Wild Eyes maybe not expecting that bombing raid there, leaving the P40 open to it by attacking that Takasagi.
Ari in carpet bomb range, in strategic bombing range now, which I think might even be better.
So I have a question here. I mean, these are 2 infantry units locked in the support line. They cost 4 credits and 3 credits to move, respectively. Do you want to even roll the strategic bombing or carpet bombing at this point?
I would wait. I would definitely wait because those are 2 slots. So what did he just... Wait, what? What happened? So...
He amphibious assaulted one of the Surreys.
Oh, okay, because my screen crapped out here. So, okay.
Takasagis are scary to remove. Yeah. And we may see that wolf pack come out from Ari soon. He's in a pretty safe position, I'd say.
I think
thinking it through, not too many great options for him. He does not want to discard himself this early, I don't think.
Yeah, I would place the Corsair on the board.
Yeah.
Just have that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, place the Corsair, maybe place the air defense. Just because.
Oh, that might be it.
I wanted to check if Wild Eyes was running patrol, but I don't speak German. So.
He is not, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
But I mean, so look at that situation now, that we're in. This is a super weird situation. I think it's really hard to really call out who's way ahead. But as we edge closer to that turn 10, Ari has the last man standing, right? To the last man. So he has the ability to wipe the board in 2 turns.
Mm-hmm. Wild Eyes getting low on cards. We might really see that Wolfpack come out now. Or the Sheepden. Okay.
Alright, so I guess Wild Eyes runs the Corsair into the Sheeden and kills
Naval
both?
Invasion there.
No, because the Sheeden has ambush.
Oh yeah, it does. You are absolutely correct. I
think he might want a Seaborn and...
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking Seaborn air defense, but that would have been too obvious. Ari really low on health. I didn't realize how much damage he's actually been taking.
Yeah, he's been taking a lot. And if he wants to play to the last man next turn, I mean, he doesn't really want to play any more units.
That was a very strong Seaborn by Wild Eyes. He got a really lucky pull there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to trade into something here, so he decides to kill that. But it's not looking so fly anymore for Ari here.
Yeah, Wild Eyes could potentially win with a lucky Corsair roll, like right here. He could trade into the 4/4, and if he kills it's a 50-50 chance that Wild Eyes wins right here.
If you look at his picture, you see he's transformed. He's now going in for the kill. He has the Wild Eyes.
Actually, no.
Scary
he
eyes.
wins. He wins regardless because he has an Avenger and he has just enough credits to kill everything.
Yeah.
So even if he gets a bad Corsair roll, he can still play an Avenger and still attack.
He's not seeing it. He's not seeing it.
Ooh, oh.
Kriegsmachine. War machines.
Ooh, he missed lethal. Am I wrong? Did he not? Did he not just?
I don't think you're wrong.
Lethal there?
I don't think you're wrong.
Oh no.
Wait, because what he does is he plays the Avenger, and that takes out the Takasagi. Then he kills the Corsair, the 4/4 guard with the Corsair, and then he attacks
and he would have had
with
2 credits to attack.
Yeah.
He straight up missed lethal. Dang. You hate to see it. Wolfpack potentially being... Wow, is that going to be what costs him the game?
I think so.
That might be. It does have high altitudes, but that's going to be very limited.
Oh,
he needs to find that 5 damage, and I don't know where he's going to find it from.
He had it right there. That makes me mad, dude.
Yeah, that triggers out there. Yeah, Annihilation coming in and getting rid of the high altitude, and I think that might be
And he's got a Panther A next turn. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
Yeah.
That missing lethal there was brutal.
so
I think
Oh
that's
my god.
one of first airborne.
I'm disappointed in you, Wild Eyes.
and another wolf pack.
And the Panther A.
And this is the point of no return against this German discard draw denial package.
I hate to say it, that was all Wild Eyes' fault.
It was. Maybe you know, we do know that he does have considerable competitive experience, but maybe that was the pressure getting to him a little bit.
Wild Eyes is looking at it like, yeah. That's unfortunate for Wild Eyes there. I mean, if he paid a bit more attention, he could have seen he had lethal there, then he would have been ahead. But he didn't. And Ari's now miraculously on the lead here. He has a win.
Yeah, I mean, Ari's 1-0 up now.
That's
And he's only lost his like Japan deck, right? Like, I mean, what he has to go is the two arguably kind of more stronger, wide application decks, right?
Yeah, he's got his German deck and a commando deck, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I think so. Hold on.
Oh, man, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, the tournament pressure getting the Wild Eyes, I guess. I mean, maybe that's how you win with that Japan deck. You just wait for your opponent to misplay. And
Maybe, yeah, that's the whole strategy. I play enough Takasagis to have you have to think so much that you'll make a misplay. That's the whole strategy. But here we go, game number 2 in this best out of 3 series in the top 8 of this month's Officer Club Championship. Ari Ben taking on Wild Eyes. Ari currently in the lead with 1 win against 0. And this time around, we are seeing Germany against Britain. Wild Eyes representing his home nation of Germany. Ari Ben taking on the Brits.
yeah, Ari making some statements here saying he doesn't need to play Germany to take it all, dude. He's like, I got this, dude.
Yeah.
Probably was fully expecting Wild Eyes to go Germany here. And, you know, obviously, he's got a pretty decent hand, I think, with the Commando and the shelling. Could buy him a little time. 2 Commandos and the Albacore. Ooh.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I mean, so look at these British decks. If you compare these to the decks that were run in last Officer Club Championship, there are more commandos, there are more albacores, there are more ways to deal with early aggression in these decks, and they are there because of the German meta. So I think Ari might be very deliberately picking this deck.
Yeah.
Ooh, and
Yeah, that's smart.
man, those commandos are gonna deal some damage.
For sure. Wild Eyes was probably looking to get a huge alliance off here,
Yeah.
but those commandos are going to stick and give him a lot of trouble.
I mean, he can bounce one back. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Does have the 99.
What cost? At what cost?
I mean,
This is...
really what he's looking for at this point with a Blitzkrieg in hand is to find that combo of, you know, pulling the Adler and being able to just pour stuff into the front line and buff it and do that OTK combo. But
And he needs to take the front line, I think, anyways. Like, I think his only play right now is to take front line and bounce one of those commandos back. Because those commandos get in the front line, that's going to be a lot of trouble for Wild Eyes.
yeah,
just
because
completely locks down.
they're both 5 HP. It's a lot of HP, guys.
Yeah.
That commando could theoretically, on his own, kill 3 out of 4 units on Wild Eyes' board, you know, if he got the chance to attack enough. It's crazy.
All right, another alliance for Wild Eyes with all these buff cards. Nothing above though. That's gotta suck.
And you don't really want to play it at this point in time. I mean, I guess he's probably a little bit sad that he moved that other Panzer tank up last turn. Now could have kept it out of harm's way.
Yeah, he's got to go for the draw here. Probably wants to kill that commando, so it's not getting even more efficient trades.
Yeah.
Yeah, smart to keep the front line secure.
Already with massive card advantage right now, though.
Plus, he has an illustrious. He has some air cover, I think it's called.
So yeah, I think this is exactly what he was looking for, right? He could have pushed both of those units, or he wanted to probably try and push both of those units into the front line, blitzkrieg, and then get a big attack off. But that shelling really blocking that for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Wild Eyes does here. He's got like a cursed hand right now. I guess the buff works. He can like maybe at least kill that commando if he decides to go for it, but
yeah.
Well,
I mean, that commando is just...
Hang on. Ari does not have any guards. Wild Eyes still has huge buffs. He still has a blitzkrieg in his hand. Still has very scary cards in his... well, he just clears the close air support.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing is, you know, as soon as you leave anything on the board there for Wild Eyes with that blitzkrieg in hand, he has the potential to one-turn kill. But Ari doing the right play here, keeping the board down, developing his boards slowly but surely, and really...
I think he might blitzkrieg.
I don't think so.
It's going to be hard. He's lacking the credits for a big, huge blitzkrieg. Right now, he could get the 3-unit blitzkrieg and maybe soften Ari up for a kill later, but it's hard to say.
But I mean, realistically, what he would want is to be able to get both of his German units out and play an alliance.
I think his best play here might be to just try to close out the game, like get that in the front line, move the SDK up, and blitzkrieg and hit face for as much damage as he can. I think. I'm not sure. And then
bombers might be killing the bombers might be better off. Because he has a 4-6 already. It's gonna be untouched if he lets it live.
Guess so.
That's why I think maybe the blitzkrieg might be the best option here. There we go.
Not.
I mean, it's not gonna change too much on the HQ there.
He's holding it in the back line, so it doesn't get traded with the commando.
Guess so.
Which I actually think was a pretty decent play because... Oh, that front line being pinned. Yep. Oh, sorry, I forgot to swap perspectives here. And the commando coming out.
It's difficult for Wild Eyes to find a solution. He needs to rely on top deck right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was definitely trying to set up that alliance where he could alliance 3 units, push them all into the front line and attack, but did not work out for him, unfortunately.
Those commandos, definitely MVP for Ari this game, completely fighting back those big hit point Germans. Oof.
Nothing there that's going to really help him. I mean, the Whirlwind he can play and push into the front line, but he won't even be able to attack with it.
Yeah. Opting for maybe something a little down the road.
I wonder if he's just going to go in there and kill the commando with Panzer. Yeah, just to not give him that free trade up. But I feel like if you're in this position as Germany and you're kind of fighting to stay alive,
here it comes. Supply chain.
That's not where you want to be. And look at that. Alliance is going to be huge on those units. Oh my god. 2 of them in hand as well.
Double alliance there. I can
look at that massive draw power coming out, though, with the supply chain special delivery.
Yep. And the keep calm, the cup of tea.
Yeah. Rule Britannia as well. That is
getting all those commando ticks.
Yeah. Choosing to just power through them. I mean, he does have 2 commandos in hand now. He could have done 3 damage on each one of those supply shipments, but Fast Heinz is not there fast enough for Wild Eyes.
Feeling kind of bad for Wild Eyes. All these buff cards coming out with nothing to buff. Really tragic hand for him. Kind of surprised he didn't go for the draw, but probably wants to clear units, I guess.
Fast Heinz and then push it up.
I think I might be.
So,
What do you do? Yeah. What do you do here? Do you go in and kill the bomber, or do you attack face?
Not too sure. I think he killed the bomber, yeah. I think he missed his chance to hit face earlier.
Yeah.
And here we see
Pioneer is going to be a cup of tea, double alliance, and then he's going to have to rule Britannia.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, my God. That is a huge fighter there. There's 2 huge fighters. That is a huge commando. That is a 6'9" commando, guys.
Yeah.
Oof.
I think that's it for Wild. I don't see Wild Eyes coming back from this. The biggest card he has in his deck is a Comet. And yeah, that's game.
That is game. Looks like it.
To play it out, or is he gonna throw in the towel here? Yeah.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows it. And with that, Ari Ben 2 O's Wild Eyes and knocks him out of the tournament. We thank Wild Eyes for his participation. He actually struggled a little bit with we had some issues with the Parsec connection stuff, so we've been talking a lot and working together in the past few days. Absolutely wonderful person, Wild Eyes. Super great to have him participate in the tournament here. He is an active part of this community, extremely helpful to new players. So I want to thank him for everything that he's done for the community so far. I thank him for his participation. But Ari Ben, moving on.
I don't know, man. My heart's a little sad because I'm really rooting for the underdogs, but maybe next OCC.
Maybe next one. I mean, that's the thing. Like, we're now in the situation where I feel like the play has gotten better at the top.
Yeah.
For a lot of our stuff. So I've been extremely excited and entertained in following this progress and following these tournaments and competitive scene. And I think, we're just starting to see a little bit of separation there. These guys that have been consistently in every OCC, they're consistently in the top of the ladder. They know something that the rest of us just don't. They're able to be there always.
No, true.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the bracket. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was about to say they're also getting the edge in the tournament scene too, like learning the differences between tournament and ladder. Like we saw with ByJ, ladder strats don't work. It's a whole different beast here, and they're really holding their ground.
That is true. But yeah, and as we look at the bracket here, we see that Ari Ben is advancing there, and he's going to be facing the winner of our next match, which is Titan against Canada Bear, for that last spot in the semifinals. Titan and Canada Bear, 2 guys we haven't seen too much. Titan there making his first appearance. Canada Bear, we only have seen him in a single best out of 3 where Hubblebub, really took command. But I'm really excited to see what he does here. Having bounced back second season in a row, he made it to second place this season. Made sure he did not have to fight for his place in the bracket. What are these guys bringing, and what can we expect from this match?
Looks like British Control coming out from. Oh wait, no, hang on a second. No, it's Commandos coming out from Titan. German US, nothing else needs to be said there. And a ramp deck, good old USA British ramp. And what Canada is bringing is More commando. Wow, a lot of commandos
Yeah.
across the board. Another ramp deck and German US. So it's pretty much just the same decks from both of them. Nothing too crazy here. Stuff we've seen a lot of already.
Yep. Well, it's going to be interesting to see these two relative newcomers to the OCC battle it out here. The winner is going to be facing Ari Ben in the next round, and that's a tournament veteran, so both are going to be challenged, definitely. But let's jump into a quick break while we get the players situated in their computers and ready to start their matches. We will see you in about 3 minutes. And we are back for this third Officer Club Championship. We are just getting the players situated into their machines, waiting for them both to connect and log in. What do you think we're going to see in this matchup, guys?
Well, we got two relatively new players. I mean, Canada Bear did play last time around, but he didn't really get that far to really make a difference qua experience. So we got two sort of level-headed players dashing it out with similar decks, so it's kind of difficult to say what we can expect from this.
Yeah, this is gonna be a who picks what in what order, and gonna really come down to skill because, like Rydekk said, pretty much the same decks from both players.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are waiting for them to log in. I'm just double checking everybody there. As I'm messing around with the overlays here, I'm able to see all of a sudden Blue Blast pop up his webcam. He's sitting there with his U.S. Army helmet, really celebrating that he made it into the semifinals. That's pretty good. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. Looks like there are some connection issues, so maybe you guys can do me a favor and talk a little bit in more details about their decks or something?
No.
I don't know what there is to say. Like, the German US, it really, like, we've seen it every time from every player. It really is the same. It's got the Volks Grenadiers, the 109s, the Alliances, you know, just the Adlers, the fast. It's okay. Maybe we don't talk about that one. It's just the same.
It's just the same as we've been seeing all the time. I mean, I suppose we could maybe talk a bit about the
Titans Commando deck is slightly different. It runs Coldstream Guards. It's something different.
Why would that be? I don't know. It could be many different things, I suppose. No, but you know, just going back to what we said earlier about, you know, two players running the similar decks. There's one thing that would be interesting to note is that you also have a little bit of luck involved. Matchups is very important in this, but when you're running similar decks with similar matchups, it all comes down to what kind of top deck you have. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. And the thing with all these decks is that they need to work together in that way, that all of the units on the board, you have a couple of units, like a couple of your cards, like for example Cup of Tea, you know, if you draw those when you have an empty hand and an empty board, it's over, you know. So top deck is going to be very important in this. I mean, I'm just rambling about.
You see that luck come into play a lot in the German dittos that we so often see. You know, that player that gets Nashub and just spirals out of control.
All right. Well, we are slowly but surely progressing and getting the players into the match. So basically, for anybody that doesn't know the way we do this tournament is technically all these players are playing in Iceland, right? So all of these guys are actually remote desktop connecting to computers in Iceland here in the 1939 Games office through an amazing application that's called Parsec, parsecgaming.com. We've actually worked a little bit with that team, and they do offer high-quality remote desktop gaming solutions, and they even have an Android app. So that's what I use to play cards on mobile, actually. So for anybody that is looking for a way to play cards on mobile before the official mobile release, I'd recommend checking out Parsec.
Ollie working for that Parsec check, dude.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, when I encounter a really good service that I appreciate, I believe in credit where credit is due. So I'm happy to give them a shout out. They have been really fantastic in working with us and helping us out here. So we're running into a little bit of password issue here for Titan. He is not able to get his password to work on the Icelandic computer. I have a feeling there is a small elf that is tap dancing on the keyboard, messing up some things for him.
Those Icelandic elves, dude. I've heard stories.
Oh man.
Yeah. So Titan needs to come to Iceland and give them some booze and food. That's how you appease the elves. So he is. Yes.
Really?
Yeah. They love to party. The elves love to party.
What's wrong with, like, waffles or something?
Dude, Icelandic elves, man, like.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Icelandic. Okay.
They're just looking for their brennivin, you know, their aquavit, so to speak, the Icelandic version of that.
Throwing. It's over.
I also want to say thank you to everybody that is tuning into the stream and watching us here. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to do this stream for you guys, and this is always the highlight of the month for me. To get to be here and do the Officer Club Championship, and now with the addition of the KARDS Open. So for anybody that's watching that really enjoys and wants to play in their very own KARDS tournament, we do have a sign up going for the KARDS Open later this month. $1,000 prize pool, a bunch of packs, and it's open for everybody. And then there's some more ways to compete, Rydekk. I think it's called the K League.
Oh yeah, right. The K League. Yeah, it's starting in September, so it's a regular, recurring event where people get to be split up in divisions, and they can climb through the ranks and drop down. So it's a recurring thing. So that's gonna be interesting to see. It's completely different to what all the competitions have been doing so far. Now it's just your weekends or your week. Now it's going to be spanned across 3 weeks. So that's a long, dedicated competition, but the prizes are good. And in the future, they will get better, I suppose.
All right, I'm gonna jump, and I'm gonna help Titan with the password for 1 minute. 1 minute. I'll be right back. Keep talking about the K League. It's a great tournament.
Thank you. And now that Ollie's gone, we can talk about something else like midgets. But no, seriously, no. But the K League, I suppose we're still recruiting, so there's still a lot of room for signups. So if you really want to, you can go to our K League Discord on the official. You can find the link in the unofficial events. So if you want to, I'll drop it in chat as well. If you're interested, want to read all about the rules, you can go ahead and check it out.
Awesome. Scout, do you want to plug your stream? I think you should.
Poke it. I'm gonna.
I guess so. For like the 3 people that don't know, I stream usually every weekday. Twitch.tv/ScoutShout. We do a lot of really fun stuff over there. A lot of unorthodox card stuff. We don't play ladder. What we do over there, well, Ollie saw it the other day. We did a special science episode where we were pushing cards to the absolute limit and quite literally breaking the game. Yeah, really fun stuff going on over there.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, I helped you out with one of those. We did the zero cost infinite night raid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some juicy stuff to see, man.
I also really appreciate something you did on stream the other day, which was going through all the different Steam reviews and doing a really awesome feedback session, talking about all the different things that could be improved and what are the points that are being brought up in those reviews. That is something that, internally we were in the process of doing as well. So it was a great kind of input into that conversation as well. And actually Monday, I'm going to be doing a little viewing party where we're all going to sit down and we're going to watch that full discussion with the entire team here and really onboard all of that feedback. Let's see. Is it working? Is it working? Are we closer to having it work? Let's go on a quick 3-minute break while we figure this out. And what can I have as a punishment if I haven't figured this out in 3 minutes?
Your helmet's taken away from you.
Ooh. Let's do it that I have to wear the helmet for the rest of the stream if I can't fix it in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's
What
even better.
are you punishing me, dude?
No, so the problem with it is actually that I can't wear my headphones while I have my helmet, so I'm gonna be it's gonna be really, really awkward for me. But all right, we'll be right back. 3 minutes. Let's get Titan into this game. Thanks for your patience. See you in a sec.
Why doesn't somebody do it? weekend trip to Washington Heights. Say, how could Washington be a married man and never, never tell a lie? Why doesn't some wise man get up and explain? Why doesn't he clear up my poor mother brain? Why doesn't history tell us the mystery? Why doesn't somebody do it? Oh, Georgie knew a thing or two, I'll agree. The Independence Declaration says liberty. So how could Washington be a married man and never, never tell a lie? A peanut sitting on a railroad track, his heart was all of butter. The train came roaring round a curve. Peanut butter. A bald-headed man in a restaurant said, "Waiter, my cocoa's cool." The waiter said, "If your cocoa's cold, put on your hat, you fool." Oh, it ain't gonna rain no more, no more. It ain't gonna rain no more. But how in the world can the old folks tell it ain't gonna rain no more? A man stood by the river. He was tall and lean and slim. No, he wasn't fishing.
And we're back, and it's fixed. It's fixed.
Very cool, very cool.
Whew. All right.
Getting bored, dude.
It's fixed. And they're in the game. Woo.
Oh,
They're not wasting any time. All right, there we go. We are into the games. Titan versus Canada Bear.
Being dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, Canada Bear looking sharp.
I
Titan.
just wonder how he reaches the keeper from there. I mean, that looks... He has to stretch his arms. Oh, no, it's just a picture, right? Okay.
Dude, Titan is playing this game from the Grand Canyon, apparently. I like it. But Canada Bear here upsetting the trend, bringing Germany first.
What a loser.
Shock.
I actually, to be honest,
Him from the tournament.
I think it's probably a super good tactic, seeing as though nobody in the tournament so far had brought Germany first. It's like, maybe everybody was like, oh, all right, nobody's bringing Germany first.
Somebody shed a tear for the honey that just passed away.
Oh, honey.
Unfortunate there. Went for the card draw instead of the guard.
Monty there.
Monty's a good pick early on. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, Monty could come in huge here for Canada Bear, for Titan, sorry.
I'm not sure. Canada has a lot of options here. You could put down the draw engine. You could put down the Stug. You could put a Verboven in the front line.
Yeah.
Going for the draw engine. I can't say which one of those plays would have been best, but
Kitty Hawk. That's gonna get rid of that draw engine.
yeah, Kitty Hawk is pretty good here.
The Kitty Hawk actually really good here for Titan.
Combat engineers.
Always a good early pick. Maybe he may try to go for the Stug
Yeah.
first. and they get the combat engineers out later, or
Yeah, I would put 2 units on the board there first, and then next turn.
yeah, and then he has the option of either alliancing or 109th, or both.
Yeah, or both. I think that's more likely.
Titan having 2 alliances there, that's really strong. If you
This is actually really interesting to me. Do you guys Monty here, or leave it?
I'd Monty actually. You have 3 units there. I mean,
I'm not sure. I think Canada's best possible pull right there would have been an Adler. That would have been insane.
Oh yeah.
But going for the
There it
big
goes.
alliance instead.
I mean, it's a huge alliance, and I think what's more important here is that Canada, that Titan doesn't have anything in hand to be able to deal with those units now, right? They're stuck on the board. He doesn't have a way to kill them.
Yeah, he's got the 1 carpet bomb, but that's,
The retreat could be
not
good.
quite enough. Yeah, buy him a little time.
I mean, I'm
Canada
guessing.
still has that 109th.
Ooh, I would retreat the Stug, because that's the only thing that doesn't have Blitz there.
I would
Yeah,
personally wait. I would personally take Monty first, and then next turn retreat 1.
I don't know about that. Maybe he's looking for Monty with a carpet bomb. Or Monty right here could be good.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna Monty anyway, doesn't it make sense to
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
keep the RAF?
Yeah. I mean, if you would Monty first, then potentially Canada there could still have something that can buff in his hand, and then if you would buff it, you can send it back again. So he would have some more value out of that. But
Yeah. And I mean, now Canada Bear just plays the 109th, and Whirlwind pushes it up, and another Whirlwind.
Not quite enough credits for that, but he could do an SD KFZ.
Yeah.
Really bolster that front line.
And I mean, if he pulls an alliance now, the game's over.
oh, for sure.
Even an Ather would be extremely strong.
I mean, if you're a Titan right now, you must be like trying to stare through the top of your deck to find that shelling to pair with your carpet bomb.
Yeah, he's gonna need to go for the carpet bomb, I think, anyways. Get rid of that 109th at least. Orders.
Yeah.
This is rough.
It is rough. It is rough. I mean, what other options do you have? You know, you could play the engineers.
Alliance? He could alliance and trade, maybe?
Alliance and trade. Maybe play the Albacore.
Okay, going for the
Okay.
carpet bomb. Getting rid of the 109s. Those are very snowbally cards. You kind of are forced to get rid of them ASAP. Maybe hoping for a shelling or another carpet bomb top deck.
Yeah, now I can next turn Albacore the Whirlpool there, kill it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
among other things.
I think Canada could do a lot of face damage here, though.
Yeah, it's going to be 9 damage at least to the face. Probably more.
Nah, just the 9. He does have Comet, however, for later. Maybe close out the game. I think Titan had another guard in here. I think he had a Grenadier guard. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay, I'm mistaken.
Honey.
No, he does not. So, I mean, he's bound by that. He can only do that Albacore play and then do the couple of trades. But, you know,
And he can drop the honey with it. But
Yeah. But, I mean, he's clearing a lot of power off the board here for Canada Bear, right?
what he should have done was probably kill that Whirlwind first and then drop the Albacore so it's not pinned. I mean, Albacore's probably going to die regardless, but, you know.
Yeah, and the way pinning works as well is that it removes, you know, the next possible action for the unit, right? So it's going to stick all the way through next turn as well.
That is true. So the potential for Titan to get some pretty chunky alliances off.
Draw engine.
That's a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
hit face again and then push the whirlwind up into the front line, or yeah. And I mean, he's got the comet in hand. These are only 2 attacks from the comet. Titan needs to find a guard.
Oof.
Does he have
Not
guards?
looking good. He's got healing.
He's got
He does
healing.
have healing.
He can draw.
And he's got a little bit of draw. He does have a comet, Crusader, excuse me.
I wonder if you, Crusader Convoy.
Maybe not with that. He would overfill his hand, I think.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that would be 9 cards. He would
there's the
overdraw.
potential he pulls a shelling here, or a guard.
Shelling would be godsend for him right now.
Oh, Blackwatch.
Where's the guard? Yeah.
That's the guard he needed.
You can play the guard and then trade with something.
He can even naval support if he wants. Ooh, that's a risky play by Titan.
Yeah.
It is. He could trade with his honey as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Not that bad of a play.
And that way you can alliance next turn.
Canada Bear does not have the credits to attack and use the comet as well. Well,
It's 2, it's 5. He has 9. But he doesn't have enough credits to use the comet.
yeah. He could hit face with
Whirlwind?
the Panzers and the Wirbelwind, yeah. But
It's going to cost him 4.
that honey is on the board. Could potentially go pretty crazy.
Yeah.
The bounce is really good.
That's huge. That's huge. But Titan is
can
going to clear
clear
the
the
board.
board.
Yeah, he's going to clear the board. And he's only going to have 4 damage next turn with the comet. No, he has the Whirlwind as well. So if there's no guard coming out from Titan here, that's game, probably.
Which there should absolutely be a guard coming out from Titan, I think.
Yeah, he has both Coldstream guards and Blackwatch in hand.
Draw engine staying up. Ooh, the fact that stays on the front line. Ooh.
He's
Yeah,
playing the
okay.
engineers and trading with the honey.
Oh, okay. Getting a little worried.
It's a good
I
play.
think that's. Ooh, yep, there we
That's
go. Moving
smart.
the honey up front.
All right, Comet taking him down to 1 HP. That couldn't have been a whole lot closer for Titan.
Yeah, and the honey's down as well now, so
Yeah, but he does have those 2 guards in hand, right? So
does Canada
But
have,
all Canada needs is like a joint ops, and he
yeah,
can hit
that's what I
face.
was
yeah,
saying.
that's true. It's true.
I think he should alliance here.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed.
Or the double up on guard is fair too.
Would you naval support here? I mean, the Blackwatch is you can eat that for free with the Comet, for instance. It just delays a turn, but
He's gonna look for a joint ops here, I think.
Yeah.
and there it
There
is.
it is.
The joint op coming in. Canada Bear finding the card that he needs to finish the game out against Titan, but very well done by Titan, really dragging out that game and making Canada Bear work for it.
That's very similar to what we saw with Darkness and Blue, where it really is just constant aggression nonstop, and it's so hard to fight off.
But at the same time, these games are going longer this time around than they were last OCC.
Yeah.
So people seem to be starting to figure them out at least a little bit.
Yeah.
And especially in the tournament setting. So
Now, what? Holy shit! I actually forgot what I wanted to say here.
now they're going into match number 2. because we took a little bit of an extra break before we started, we're going to just power through this. And we're heading into game number 2 between Titan and Canada Bear. This is the last game of the quarterfinals in this Officer Club Championship. Canada Bear currently leading the series 1-0, first to 2 wins. This is the best out of 3. And
breaking out the ramp deck against the tried and true German aggro.
yeah.
Ooh, pretty. Wow. Titan here has like anything you could possibly want. Didn't go for the Nashib, didn't go for the Adler. That's really surprising to me, because I find those cards are extremely potent early on. Well.
Do you save the Albacore?
I think you do save the Albacore, because we know, like, you've got to know he would have like a 1 9th or something. But probably it's just where he didn't have anything else. Verbalvin's good.
Yeah, Titan already kind of building the board there, having a really good unit to play on curve with a Whirlwind in hand. We're going to see the Easter here. Not much of a choice there for Canada Bear.
Yeah, this ramp early on is pretty straightforward. Get as much stall out as you can, and the Comet coming out. I think Titan should continue to develop, maybe? Or take the front line now while he can, before the Surrey moves up there.
Yeah,
It looks like he's going. Ooh.
Play the 109th, maybe. Oh, okay.
Okay.
He wants to go for
Maybe,
the maximum 109th value.
Yeah, maybe getting a little greedy. Just a little bit, but we'll see. Let's see the draw come out from Canada. I think he should take the front line.
Yeah, I agree. I think he has an opportunity right now to take the front line.
Because you do not want to give that many frontline buffs to Germany. You just don't.
And I mean, that would very much change the way this next turn is going to play out for Titan, because as is, it's going to play out by him dropping the 109th and pushing 2 units into the front line, and taking the front line there would block that.
I feel like Titan has to know that he wants to go for the 109th. It's such a common play.
Ooh, the Blitzkrieg as well.
Here it comes. Thought maybe he would move the Verbalwind and the Flampanzer.
He could have had...
Maybe opting for the joint ups. I feel if you're going to move one of those units, it should be the Verbalwind just because of its effect.
Yeah, agreed. But opting...
Probably not.
I mean, sorry, it looks like he instead wanted to go with the kind of most valuable use of his credits.
Fortified frontline, I think. I think that's his better play anyways. The Albacore really isn't that much of a threat right now. Keeping that 109th up, he could kill that with a joint ops right now. And clear this area.
Yeah.
Canada Bear not getting too much ramp off with his ramp deck. In fact, I don't think he's gotten any ramp off so far.
No, he has not. He hasn't even found a ramp cart yet, right? Like, no war machines, no war bonds.
I gotta double check and see if it's a ramp deck. Pretty sure it is.
The dreaded double special delivery in hand. Do you know what? Like, I almost don't want to run air defense in my decks anymore because of special delivery. It's like, it always feels so bad to discard that elite in favor of the card draw. But I don't know. I think this is Grenadier Guards just gets played here.
He could also clear and drop an air defense. or clear and drop a Black Watch. But I guess that works out pretty well too. I don't know. From his point of view, I just get worried when I see German tanks sitting on the front line because
Yep.
at any moment, we all know it just snaps.
Wait, okay. So this is going to cost him 3 credits. He's 1 credit short to be able to attack with all 3 units in the front line after playing the Blitzkrieg. Because keep in mind, like, just having... If you have 3 units in the front line and you play Blitzkrieg, you're giving an extra 9 damage. And that's a lot of damage.
Absolutely. Oof. I mean, I guess he clears that. Works out, I guess.
But now I'm starting to feel like Canada Bear is taking control over this game. If you just look at the 2 hands in play, I have a hard time seeing how Titan is going to be really effective against all of the answers that Canada Bear has in hand right now. He's got the Seaborne Invasion. He has the We Can Do It, the B-17s, air defense. I mean, he practically has everything that he wants.
Not too exciting options for Titan here with that Panzer 3H. Yeah, just going for the face, doing what he can. He could potentially get a really big Enigma later on, and he's still got the Comet. But
also, let's remember, Titan mulliganed Adler.
Yeah, he didn't want that in his hand.
But what we saw was he potentially could have made a lot of progress if he had Adler earlier in this game.
Mm-hmm. Gotten everything on the front line, buffed all up, just a lot of immediate pressure. Canada Bear, I think Seaborne might be his best play. But,
Playing that Black Watch, that only hits the Enigma in the hand of Titan. Pershing. I'm now guessing this deck has 2 Pershings, which is great.
Let me check. No. There's no other Pershing.
Oh, okay. The Nebelwerfer.
I think he might want to Enigma. I guess that works too. Get that front line.
Yeah.
By him.
Yeah. And he's able to get value with that second Nebelwerfer next turn. Take out that Black Watch if he wants to. Unless we start seeing a We Can Do It here. I think you Seaborne Invasion here if you're Canada Bear.
I agree. And hope it's good units that we can do it later.
Yeah.
Because look at all those like support units in the support line. Like he can't really play anything else.
Oh, that was a decent
all right.
roll.
Pretty okay, Seaborne. You know, it's always nice seeing the 5/5. Shoot, all Titan can really do is Enigma, I guess.
And look at what that Seaborne did. By filling up the support line, it's forcing Titan to use his 109th Engineers to trade that Black Watch because he's unable to deploy the Nebelwerfer and get that deployment effect to take it out. Maybe an unintended consequence of the Seaborne, but works out really well for Canada Bear there.
That Nashib, however, gonna get him a lot of value.
Yeah.
For that trade there.
I wonder if he's gonna play. Yeah, Enigma. That's what I was looking at.
Ooh, the joint ops. That finishes it off right there.
Wow,
Good
what a great pull there.
And all that draw with the autocannon now, could get a lot of burn off. Ooh, carpet bomb, however, could be real spicy.
So what I'm curious is to see if Canada Bear goes for the carpet bomb here, which he doesn't, which I think is very good for him. It's very good for him, because what he does not know is on the other side you have the Comet and the 15-centimeter autocannon combo.
He's got Titan right now has an Alliance and a Blitzkrieg in hand. That is a lot of damage that he could get out.
Wait, how much is that actually? That's 5 damage plus 4 plus 6.
6 plus 4 is 10 additional. That's 15 damage.
Yeah, so he can leave him with 2 damage and then have a guaranteed kill with the 15-centimeter autocannon and Comet next turn, if he just goes face.
Ooh. Yeah, I
mean, he is going for.
Should have gone for the Alliance Blitzkrieg.
Playing it safe.
That would have, yeah.
But I mean, so let's think here. What can Canada Bear play here that will really put a wrench in the plans for Titan? I mean, it's only really if he was able to play like high altitude bombing and get rid of some targets. I think Titan may have made the safer, higher percentage play there by clearing instead of going face. But I mean, he can do 6 damage to face every round if he has the autocannon and the Comet.
Yeah, Canada's hand, honestly, looking kind of garbage.
Yeah.
Maybe he should special delivery and see if he can't get something to bring it back. The guard is good.
Yeah, but he had to discord a lot for
the
that.
The guard and the pen, yeah. He just didn't have the chance to play any of that nonsense. Getting him primed for a carpet bomb.
But if I'm being honest, I don't think this matters. 3-centimeter autocannon, SD, that's 2 damage to face. Then you play the Comet,
Blitzkrieg.
That's 4 damage. Then you Blitzkrieg, and then you just blitz right through it. I think he has this. Yep. Ooh. If he blitzkriegs, yeah, there we go.
All right.
It's 8 plus 13, and that's game.
That's lethal.
That's lethal.
That is lethal. There it is.
Wow.
And that ties it up.
That does indeed tie it up, and Titan takes game number 2 against Canada Bear to bring us to 1-1. Germany coming in strong, but not in the same way that we've seen before, right? We're seeing these games go longer. We're seeing the Germany players have to make more difficult, more complex decisions to make this deck really work and clutch that victory. Excellent play there.
Yeah, but again, it's a defensive battle. I think it's really hard for the other player to come back from that defense position.
Yeah.
That's all they can really do. Like you guys said in the AMA, it's the fastest deck. Your only choice is to just weather the storm, and it's a very hard storm to weather. It is absolutely no doubt in my mind why it is the most popular deck and the strongest deck.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think like we talked about in the AMA, there's always gonna be a deck that's fastest. But I think this particular German deck is just so optimized, right? It's just, I think the players, you're just too good at making good decks, right? It's like those cards were in the game for a long time without a lot of changes before that deck came up to the surface. And then after it came to the surface, it's been there constantly.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Canada going with the ramp. Titan going with the commandos. Yeah. I think ramp generally beats commandos with the destruction just annihilating the big buffed cards.
Yeah, it can definitely give commandos a lot of issues. The problem for ramp happens when your Titan and you're running 2 Black Watches in your hand, that can start really hitting home fast.
Yeah, Canada gets the double special delivery. Not super fantastic. Oh, well.
Great now.
Black Watch is actually good, yeah.
He can draw 3 cards twice.
Black Watch, secretly a buff for special delivery.
Yep. And that was actually probably the worst possible combination of cards he could have hit with Black Watch.
Yeah.
I mean, if he plays that 1 turn earlier, he hits the War Bonds, he delays Canada Bear's ramp by 2 turns. I mean, it's very razor thin margins here.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if Titan tries to go for the Pioneers in the Black Watch, the Pioneer in the draw, the RWF maybe. He's got a lot of options. Going for the Crusader Cup of Tea. Getting big defense up already. Canada already like in B17 range, however, he's ramped up very quick.
Oh. My apologies.
Yeah, I guess you just drop B7. Oh, hitting the draw engine too.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate for Canada Bear, especially finding that, honey in the next turn. You really want to have these 2 cards out at the same time.
Unfortunate for Titan, you mean, right?
Yeah, for Titan. I mean,
yeah.
Very fortunate for Canada Bear.
Yeah. And as we know, Canada has another B17 in hand, and probably is running Avengers. So, yeah. Just like I said at the start, Ramp has no issue removing these big buffed Britain cards.
And now the Black Watch also has diminishing returns because Canada Bear has gotten some of his ramp off. So it's going to be easier for him to play those higher cost orders. But what do you play here? Do you just play the honey and then draw?
I think that's his best bet. He has no answer for that B17 at the moment, and that's really rough for him.
Oh, that alliance could come in big for him, though. I guess one of the problems for him when it comes to the alliance now is that, ideally you'd want to hit another target than the Pioneers. You don't really want, just the Pioneers to get 2/2 with the 4 op cost. It's not the most efficient unit to buff.
Yeah. Albacore not going to do Titan any favors here. Either one. Hell, the Surrey probably won't do much either. The Alliance, however, could be good, but that instant destroy, it's rough. It's real rough, man. Canada has just free pickings on whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Okay, going for the Alliance. His buffs might keep those Black Watch alive for a little bit longer, but it's nothing crazy.
I mean, I don't think you're even that worried about those Black Watches if you were Canada Bear at this point.
No, they're slow. You've got big bombers. You've got instant destroys. You've got a Seaborn. The ramp player's in a very, very dominant position right now. I think I'm not sure how Titan is going to fight this off.
Fortunately for Titan, though, Black Watch actually not hitting anything. Not having an order in hand when that Black Watch got played, but won't make that big of a difference, I think. I wonder if what Canada Bear is doing here is playing a little bit around Rule Britannia, not wanting to give those Black Watches a chance to go real big.
Honestly, I don't think he cares about Rule Britannia. He knows what he has. He knows he can kill anything he wants whenever he wants. I don't know. Maybe just going for the efficient plays. And yeah, not really much Titan can do.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Titan as well. I mean, he hasn't been drawing any of his orders, really, with that Pioneer out there. I mean, he's gotten almost no value out of it.
See, Titan has a really great hand for fighting against aggro. A really terrible hand for fighting against, ramp.
That's
and
true.
It's really hurting him a lot. Maybe he... never mind. Okay, getting the honey in the action. He can bomb the honey, trade the Corsair into the Black Watch, get one of those kills back there. Yup. Or you could even trade into the Albacore, but going for the Black Watch, getting that. B17 getting so much value. So much value.
I mean, you have to retreat the Corsair there.
Mm-hmm. Smart by Canada to take the front line with the Albacore, I think. Really stuff up Titan's support line.
Yeah, Titan's struggling now a lot. What are some of the cards that Titan could see that could kind of turn his fortune a little bit?
I'm not sure, because Britain has always struggled with ramp. Because, what are they going to have to get rid of that B-17? What are they going to have to get rid of the Corsairs, the Avengers? Britain really lacks that hard removal, unless they're already set up beforehand. And even then, we know these cards. They come on the scene, they kick ass, nothing's safe. Doesn't care how much you're buffed, you're dead.
Yeah. Wait, let me see. Titan in his UK-US deck. Yeah, and he's not running anything either from, he's not running B-17s or Avengers from the US side. I think what's interesting here is that, I'm thinking what he has that he hasn't drawn that he could really use, and it's only really his cup of teas and all of his commandos, right?
Yeah,
it's a commando deck, and he hasn't gotten any commandos.
It's a very anti-aggro. It's an anti-meta deck, I think.
Yeah.
He played this deck wanting to face Germany, wanting to face some kind of aggro, and it's just not there, and it's really hurting him.
I think, however, what this does tell me is that Titan is putting in the work to craft tournament-specific decks, and that makes me really optimistic for seeing more of him in future tournaments.
Maybe he takes the front line with Pioneer. Oh, he ran out of time. He ran out of time. He wanted to take the front line with the Pioneers, but it just took too long. A little misplay by Canada there. Accidentally put the guard. He didn't kill the bomber before putting it under guard.
So do you think Titan is a new potential recruit for your club of people that don't like the timer?
Well, so far it's just me, but...
Ooh, why not play the honey? That would have been...
Maybe he wasn't concerned about healing. Maybe he's concerned about getting something to clear.
Yeah.
I don't think he has anything in the deck that could do it.
So, not if that Crusader goes down, I think.
He can heal all he wants. He can't kill these bombers. He can't kill anything. It's a tough fight.
Yeah, the thing is, with the Crusader there and a bunch of cup of teas and low cost orders, there is a world where he could cycle through a lot of his deck, get some commandos out, ping a lot of different units and kind of get within range to start clearing some of the board, but he's not able to convert on that. And he's Sorry, go ahead.
Fine. Poor Titan, he's not even running Commonwealth either. Like, really looks like his only win con is Rule Britannia, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, because he could potentially get massive healing with the Honey Crusader draw power, but I feel like if Titan had a Commonwealth in his deck, he would be in a much better position.
Yeah.
Ooh, looks like Titan kind of rushed that play there too. Didn't really pay attention to the fighter there. It's unfortunate. Maybe he's getting a little frustrated, a little I don't know what to do right now, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Has Titan played both Carpet Bombs? I think he's only played one.
He's only played one so far.
Okay. So we could potentially pull another one. I could buy him a little time. Isn't pulling it now, however. Yikes. Maybe he HMSs, attacks the dude in the front line, clears the Corsair. Doesn't attack with.
So what? Do you push the 101st Airborne? Yeah.
I guess so. Okay, I guess that's a play that works.
I mean,
real close in the credits.
He's finally able to deal with that B-17. Nope, never mind. There's an Avenger instead.
Oh dear. I don't know, man. I feel bad for Titan. This is just an absolutely brutal matchup. Titan, he just does not have any tool in his deck that can bring him back. There's nothing in this list that will do anything for him.
No.
Nothing but cheap units and buff cards. And he was really banking on, you know, the buff and then things like naval support and Rule Britannia being his win con. I think he put too much into that. I don't know.
Yeah, potentially. Oh. Oh. Just. Yeah, I mean, just look at what Canada Bear has in hand. I mean, he's got the high altitude bombing, so whatever target comes out next for Titan, boop, gone next turn. He's got the Grenadier Guards, it's gonna stop anything. Blackwatch, stop anything. He's got more ramp. He's got the Seaborne Invasion. He has all the options in the world, whereas Titan is sitting on an empty hand and he just drew a commando. That's not going to be enough. This game is going to be quickly over unless Titan can find some sort of miracle.
There's no miracles to find. Sorry, I'm being such a downer about it, but those are the facts.
I mean, do they have a very stable internet in Canada? Is there someone outside Canada's house right now with some wire cutters near the electrical box?
Those kind of miracles maybe, but this is tragic.
Strategic planning also makes it take even less time. So much power on the board right now for Canada Bear. 8-8 Avenger, 10-18 Grenadier Guards. Good game. And this is it.
What a slow and painful death.
Exactly. But with that one, Canada Bear does take his second win in the series and puts us at 2-1, and he advances.
There
That was a fun series.
Yeah, pretty good semifinals. Lots of slower games this time around. A lot more thought going behind the plays. I felt like last OCC, like everybody was just going full aggro, playing ladder decks, And this time around, like everybody's playing a lot more slower decks, a lot more thought having to go behind every play, a lot closer games, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's also something that comes with more experience from our player base, more experience in the tournament scene as well. There's a difference between playing your first tournament and your second tournament, And I'm also not gonna downplay, being on stream, having to follow someone else's schedule. All of this stuff is just extra cognitive load that can really, jam you up, prevent you from playing at your best. So let's take a look at the bracket after our first 4 matchups here, and it is clear that our semifinalists are J King 7 taking on Blue Blast, and then Ari Ben taking on Canada Bear. Who do you think is going to take these 2 matches, guys?
Probably going to be Blue and Ari, as much as I would like them to lose. So someone else can win, but...
So your prediction is that it's going to be Blue versus Ari in the finals? That would be a repeat. Yeah. That would be a repeat of the first OCC finals, right?
I think so, yeah.
So I think the challenge here is on J King. If J King can beat Blue Blast in this next match, he's going to be the first person to knock out Blue Blast before the finals in an OCC.
Yeah, and hey, he said he just needed to beat Darkness, so
yeah,
it's already set in stone, dude.
There was only one hurdle for J King in all of this tournament, and it was just Darkness, according to him. So he should breeze through.
Going for the plot armor. Getting to the top.
Absolutely. I'm so a little bit off topic here, but just for a quick second. I think there was a really interesting and good conversation going on in chat talking about all the feedback that is going on around the game. I think the most important thing that I can just add real quick to this is that regardless of what your feedback is, if that was your experience, you're entitled to feel like that was your experience, and we would love to hear what that experience was. Was it bad? Was it good? Because we want to strive to change for the better and evolve for the better in the future. So I'll leave it at that for now, but we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be with the game in the semifinals, J King 7 taking on Blue Blast. We'll see you all in just a bit. And we are back. Are you with us again, Rydekk?
I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
That is absolutely weird. I was like talking and it's like no reply. I was like, these guys are ignoring me.
I promise. I promise we were not ignoring you on purpose. But we are now back and we are ready to head on into this first match in the semifinals. This is a best out of 3 as well. And Blue Blast is going to be taking on J King 7. We are just in the final preparation for setting everything up, making sure you guys have the cameras. We do have both players on cam now, and it's going to be really interesting to see their reactions. But giving them the green light. USA against Canada. J King 7 representing Canada. Blue Blast representing USA. And we are about to head into game number 1. Can J King do what nobody else has done before? Stop Blue Blast before he reaches the finals?
Yeah, he's got it, dude. He's fine.
Is the only Soviet representative in the tournament gonna show us all that Mother Russia will reign supreme?
Yeah, Mother Russia. Duh. No, I think as I was saying earlier, but for some reason guys couldn't hear it. I think J King really has a good chance into this.
Blue Blast, he's got the helmet on. He's heading on into the trenches.
What a nerd, dude.
I love it. I love it.
Maple syrup against burgers. Let's see who's gonna win this one.
Well, of course you love it, Ollie. You're both helmet buddies.
Yeah, dude. Me and Blue can be helmet buddies.
I mean, Blue looks so cute in that thing.
Anyways,
I mean, I'm not getting as much of a esport grinder vibe as the backward baseball cap last time though, but definitely more military vibes here.
So,
okay,
Adler.
Yeah, Adler very strong early on. J King with
that.
the aggro.
3 damage at turn 2 there.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see the repeat of the Britons being really, struggling to defend against the aggro?
Monty.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup for Blue there.
Is he gonna play it already? Yeah.
Yeah, play it now and you could, excuse me. Oh. Play it now, drop a Surrey next turn. Nah, I'm good, dude.
Robowind, again. Adler's really doing the work here.
Adler's a very, very strong card. This is why we need Russia to come back so we can get Bloody Sickles again. Get rid of all these pesky little 1K German cards that just completely snowball.
So why would Blue not go for Kitty against?
Oh, so dirty!
Oh.
Fast
Make it stop!
Hines.
I had a physical pain reaction when I saw that Fast Hines draw. Like, it just actually hurt me.
Wow.
Kick his ass, J King. Get him out of here.
Shelling though in for.
Oh.
That is
finding his
just
pin.
in time. The top deck is strong with this one.
Blue, when you're watching this in the future, nothing personal. So Blue is gonna need like a guard, or that's already Monty and Shelling down, right?
Yep.
I mean, he
does have the one guard.
He has another Easter in his hand though, Scout, so he has a guard.
Yeah, but I mean, that's an East Surrey. It's gonna get one shot by that Whirlwind with any type of buff.
I think Blue just loses here. I'll be honest.
I mean, and this is why this deck is so popular. You get the right cards in the right order. Turn 5, you're done. Right? It's like.
Yeah, yes.
East Surrey and I don't know, man.
I think Blue's cursing himself like that. something like that. Just look at that. What kind of options does he have? If you can stall for one more turn,
No,
then
that's game.
It's
That's
game. It's done.
Adler, fair and balanced card.
Man, that Adler early, huge.
Wow. All right, starting to look like last month's OCC again. With games like that.
Man, J King found those draws. I wonder. So J King, he just knew if he beat Darkness, he would draw he would top deck a Fast Heinz with 5 German tanks on the field on turn 4. Right, like when that happens, you just win, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, that was crazy. I almost, just need like a quick 3-minute break to just catch my breath after that game. But I have a feeling Blue Blast wants to get right back in it. Giving them the go-ahead for game number 2. Let's see what happens there. Now J King has lost his German deck. Are we going to see Blue Blast bringing his German deck? Try and do the same?
Hoping to see the Soviet deck from J King again.
That might also be the option here. I mean, that Soviet deck has a lot of removal, so
yeah.
Even if Blue goes for the aggro.
And here we go. J King versus Blue Blast.
UK
the
against
British
UK.
Ditto. This is gonna be a long game.
Yeah.
We might see a new HP record in the OCC.
Maybe this is gonna be a who wore it better.
J King opting to discard mulligan his 2 convoys here.
Yeah, if he's going second, the convoys aren't usually too impactful because, you already have a good card advantage. You don't really need to be drawing cards early on like that. They're much better later in the game, I'd say. Ooh, Kitty Hawk, a good pick there.
Yeah.
Not amazing. Well, yeah,
it's
fine early in the game.
It's actually really good in this situation.
Yeah. Now I think about it, it is actually quite amazing. You see it come out, Blue nodding his head, and he knows. He's like, "You're dead, son. Get out of here."
And that's why I picked that Kitty Hawk.
That's right.
And I feel like as well, Blue being a very big, ramp deck control player, this is probably his game. This is where he's very comfortable playing these long, drawn-out games where you have to really give a lot of thought, multiple turns ahead of time, know what your opponent is bringing to the table. I think this is a very a game that plays to Blue's strengths.
I think J King was expecting the German US deck.
Yeah.
Because J King's deck right now looks very anti-aggro. And Blue maybe foresaw that and,
the mind
playing
games.
Britain. Yeah.
I'm going to say, I spied a little bit on Blue while he was picking his decks, and he did hover over, he did go back and forth quite a few times, so mind games indeed.
Ooh, the Blackwatch coming out from J King. Is that going to hit?
War Bonds.
Pretty much nothing.
But it did hit the War Bonds, so it did delay the ramp by 2 turns. I guess lucky for Blue, he does have a pretty good turn 5 anyway.
Yeah, you can kill that Blackwatch. Or drop the Surrey, I'm not sure.
Alright.
With these British matchups, Britain lacks hard removal, so if things start getting buffed, it gets really hard to deal with. Like that. So Blue might, for example, want like an RAAF to send that back or something. So that commando could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Because J King also has an alliance in hand, and if that hits that commando as well, it's a 3/8 3/8 unit that will kill anything it touches.
Yeah.
I think what J King is going to struggle with right now, however, is the bombers, or just aircraft in general, because Commando is quite strong, but it's not strong in the bombers or aircraft. So,
and I want to highlight something here for everybody that's watching. Blue there decided to attack with his units instead of further developing the board. The question of whether or not I should use my units or play more units is something that is absolutely central to KARDS, and I think that's something that these players do better than anybody else, is make that decision between, you know, do I keep them in hand and use my units, or do I add more units to the board?
Blue has that Avenger in hand. The Surrey making it a little more of a gamble, and Blue isn't one to take gambles. So
he definitely does not want to play the Grenadier Guards with that Commando on the front line.
Yeah.
Wait. He has the Avenger. Oh man, it's 7 credits.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Blue could technically double bomber the Surrey, I suppose, and then next turn use TBF.
Yeah.
That's
Or
one thing.
go for the gamble, but
he doesn't
gamble seems silly.
He's going for it. Surprise.
And he lost the gamble. He's upset. It's very unlike Blue to make that play.
His face does everything.
I feel like that was a very out of character play for Blue.
That's gonna kill that.
And get the we can do it too. Yeah, these commandos are doing work.
Wow. And let's not forget that there are currently there are 2 bombers on the field, right? So those commandos can trade 2 more units without even receiving damage.
Mm-hmm.
If he's smart, Blue, he might just put an East Surrey in between those 2. Actually, 2 of them. 1 for HQ and then a double for between the 2 bombers to keep it safe.
He may go for he may go for the alliance and just kill one of those commandos outright.
Yeah, that might be an option too.
Because the one commando can only kill one of the bombers.
And then he can kill the next one. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is rough, but I mean, I think this highlights how you should play the commandos.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking about this.
Hits face here, so he's probably gonna lose one of the bombers. J King, he has that air power in hand, but I don't think that's gonna do him too many favors. The Corsair coming out too, very scary for Blue.
Carpet.
Doesn't really do a whole lot for Blue here.
No.
I mean, it's his problem is just that 9 HP on that commando.
Yeah, that's a tough nut to crack.
I mean, he's just gonna have to continue to feed that commando more and more units. There's nothing else he can do.
I think he's gonna go for the face here.
But okay, let's look at it this way, right? If he keeps that Kitty Hawk up and protected, and J King doesn't drop any guards, does he have any guards in hand? No. He can deal 4 damage to face every round, every turn. And he has enough, you know, East Surrey regiments and other units in hand that he can keep that commando busy for a while.
That's not
to see. Hey, he can kill the guard with that,
Yep.
and then kill the bomber.
it's not
I
bad
think.
call.
Mm,
Honey.
okay.
Okay.
He's still gonna get smacked by that Kitty Hawk though. Ooh.
Sexton.
Ooh, Sexton is very good.
That might change things.
Do you pin the commando?
Yeah.
It's a tough call.
I mean, if you pin the commando, you can protect your Sexton by
Drop
guarding
the
it.
Sexton.
Yeah.
And
Oh, he's going for
going for the Corsair and maybe a heal. No, he's got to keep that face damage up.
Yeah,
He
I
can
kind of
drop
like
another
this.
guard too.
I kind of like this.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this play from Blue. I think it's really, really interesting the way he set that up. But what he doesn't know is J-King has the albacore plus carpet bomb, so he can just clear that Sexton.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it eats his entire turn, and that means Blue's going to get 7 damage. No, he's going to get 4 damage to face at least. More.
Yeah. Keep in mind, J-King still has that honey up, but now we're in carpet bomb range, and
Another kitty cat.
So he plays the Kitty Hawk there, probably hits the...
Or kitty hawk, sorry.
Probably hits the commando. That puts him into carpet bomb range.
mm-hmm.
So that's what, 3 is 5. Unfortunate. He's 1 credit short to be able to attack face with the Kitty Hawk as well.
That's what he's debating, if he should try to close out the game or clear the board. Because if that honey sticks, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. And he can deal 6 damage to face this turn if he wanted to with the Kitty Hawk and the Kitty Hawk deployment effect.
He doesn't even need to drop the Kitty Hawk, I don't think, maybe. I don't know. He could just carpet bomb and leave the commando there.
Yeah, now he's going to carpet.
That also works. Then he can hit face and then
Carpet.
carpet, yeah.
Well, that's not bad. That's well done.
Nah. Yeah, he didn't need to drop the Kitty Hawk.
No, actually, with that courser on the field as well, the Kitty Hawk is actually just extra risk to be taken out before it ever does anything. Pioneer could be good
Another
here.
Commando.
There's also
Comet could be good here.
Yeah. There's
I
also
think
a
Pioneer's
honey.
slightly better though. Yeah.
You know, because he has that honey plus Convoy.
Yeah, he's gonna heal up nicely with this.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oof.
Another
big
commando.
heals.
And I think
he goes for the.
do you hold on to the commando or do you just play we can do it? I think you just play we can do it here.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Although commando.
Is there anything? No, there's nothing Blue Blast could have that does 8 damage to face in 1 turn, right? As a blitz unit.
No.
No.
He does not have that. But I'm not fond of that albacore there.
J-King is going for full Rule Britannia play right now.
Yeah, he's gonna. He has
Committing.
Alliance. He has Alliance Rule Britannia next turn.
Or we can do it, Rule Britannia.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do a Rule Britannia and then, you know, Alliance the turn after that. Which will make some huge units for him.
We can do it, come out. Big
Mosquito?
defense for Blue.
So let me check out Blue here real quick.
I think he drops.
So Blue's running a Commonwealth. And he's running a Lancaster. Oh my god. Next turn for J-King is going to be so huge.
Yeah, if he can pull it off. Blue's got the guards, Blue's got the mosquito. That commando is scary though. J-King really making really good use out of his commandos. Blue has him, he's just not really playing him. I guess he hasn't really found a good moment too. And he kind of drew them a little late as well.
Is he gonna deploy his ulsters again though?
So
Mosquito. Yeah, that makes sense. You can kill it.
I think he should drop double commando maybe.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he got the credits, so no reason not to.
But J-King hasn't played any of his carpet bombings, right?
No. Wait, no, he played one to kill a Sexton.
Yeah, he did. So is he gonna Rule Britannia, blah. Rule Britannia now, or is he gonna wait another turn? Get all the units on the board instead.
I would rule Britannia. I'd probably play like East Surrey. And...
He could do a lot of face damage right now. Like with just the Rule Britannia, he could do a ton of face damage.
Yeah.
That would be 18 damage he could do if he went for the Rule Britannia.
Choosing to go for the Lions?
I think that was a missed opportunity.
At the same time, I mean, he does have an extremely good grip on the board right now. Problem being, Blue is able to get rid of a lot with that RAAF. But what does he want to push? Maybe the Pioneer?
No, I think... Although that's just gonna bounce it back.
Yeah. You're going to play tennis with those fighters.
Ping pong.
So, hands up in chat if you guys have ever been stuck in a Leopold versus Leopold matchup.
I've only heard the rumors. Oh.
Ooh, that could be huge.
What
Do you want to drop it now, though? Does he want to kill the commando and then drop it, or?
Let's see what the lottery says.
Ooh.
I think that may have been the worst. For Blue nodding his head, saying he's okay with that. Oof.
Yeah, he has to kill that commando because otherwise the bomber's dead next turn.
Well, the commando can't damage the bomber, so it won't kill it. The commando has to like actually do damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting it's a guard unit.
What do you do now? If you're Blue, do you ramp?
Ramp?
I think ramp and ultra?
Maybe.
Ramp and attack face?
He's gonna want to hit that B-17, I think.
Yeah.
But or hit I don't know, dude. He's not in a great position.
No, because he won't trade the B-17, even if the B-17 attacks him back. It's gonna be left at 1 HP.
Maybe he Grenadier Ultras. But I feel like he's really going to want that card draw. That Black Watch coming back to bite him.
Yeah.
Going for the Ultra.
And his problem now is that he doesn't really... He's got 2 Avengers. He's found neither of them this game.
Ooh. Want to move that Pioneer up, I think.
Yeah.
And he probably knows he played Ultra. So he's waiting. Alright, very smart by J King.
This is why these guys are all better than me and higher ranked than me.
Another commando coming out.
I'm pretty sure, like, if you play Ultra, even if I'm not in your game, I'll find a way to come in and trigger it. Preferably with like a really high value order. That's what normally happens to me.
Alright, now J King can play his draw.
It's 2 of them.
Ooh, that is nasty.
Oh, that's got this thing, yeah.
Blue, a little shocked with that play. Not really great options for Blue here. Like, he's still got a lot of health to work with, so maybe he can draw something later to bring it back, but... So, J King knows that Ultra's there.
You should.
He 100% knows that Ultra is there.
He definitely should. Look at the face. He hovered the credits and smiled. I mean, yeah, he knows. So
I don't think Britannia's here. I think unless he like really wants to get the draw instead.
He's
Lancaster?
He's scaring me. Oh no!
Oh,
no, Jacob, no!
That's painful.
He knew it was there.
Yeah, he nodded his head. He was like, yeah, I know.
Oh, that hurts my soul.
Yeah.
I personally would have loved to see just play the Lancaster. Take the free face hit. You can rule Britannia next turn.
It's just he could have played the convoy and then the Britannia. Oh, my heart, dude.
Scout is not handling this well.
Oh, what's he saying? What's he saying?
No Commonwealth, no CW.
Pulling back the Gearbot strats.
10 cards against 14. Game is dragged out nicely.
I mean, I gotta say, I'm really enjoying this Officer Club Championship. I think we're getting super high level, awesome games here. So I'm really excited about that.
He doesn't have too many options. Like he can do the war bonds, but not really great options outside of that. Doesn't have board space to play Lancaster, and there's fighters anyways, so...
Yeah. I mean, he could kill one of the fighters, but not really worth the Lancaster. Oh, Monty coming out.
Good Monty.
Locking down that support line. And then 11 damage to face following that hit, I would expect. Wait, why don't you play the Mosquito?
He maybe wants to save it for the Commando,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Or the Honey.
Yeah, Honey might be a better option. Yeah, that's a good call.
Get bodies off the board, dude. And that's a huge fighter line for J King.
Oh!
Ooh, but the shelling.
Oh, luck of the draw.
How
Soul, dude.
long is this gonna go?
I don't know.
Guys, if J King wins this game, he 2-0s Blue Blast. Blue Blast is out.
Yeah, dude. It's exciting, isn't it?
I mean, it's gonna give us something. It's gonna give us something new.
Can't really do anything with the Lancaster yet. Fires are too much for
Like,
him.
he can maybe put it out now, kill the Pioneers, and then maybe get an alliance with it, get another kill with it. I don't know, dude. He's already played as Monty, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Or was that last
Blue.
game?
No, Blue played as Monty.
And now J King has
90% sure.
nothing to do because everything is pinned.
He's gonna try anyway.
I don't blame him
Magical
from
forces
trying.
are stopping him.
Don't blame him for trying.
Another guard coming up.
So you're gonna what? Play the guard, alliance, and then what?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then what?
Hope for a
Maybe
good top deck.
if he kills one of the fighters, you know, he can TBF. Because he's probably going to trade the Lancaster into one of the fighters. That'll free up space for an Avenger. He can bomb the Commando with his bomber. Yeah. I think J King is in the much better position now, however. Blue has no cards. J King has a very strong fighter presence.
Yeah, he's got 4 cards in hand, and those cards are an Avenger, and a B-17, and a Lancaster, plus an Easter. So he has a lot of tools at his disposal, on top of a great support line set up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Carpet
and the
bombing.
carpet bomb. Ooh.
Yeah, that might seal the deal here.
That, yeah.
Yeah, and then
100%.
yeah, because it'll bring the Easter within range. Yeah. And that's the entire support line
Brutal.
gone. And a honey.
Taking almost out of cards. Oh, one honey.
You don't want to
One
be.
little honey.
You don't want to be drawing that honey when you only got 10 cards left. No, play the Lancaster.
Or the B-17. Or just hit face. I don't know, dude. I don't see Blue coming back from this. Once he pulls like...
He's hoping for the same miracle that that Titan was hoping for against Canada Bear.
The Rule Britannia! Deja vu,
Is he gonna
dude.
play it? He's gonna play it.
Yeah, you don't mess with that honey.
4-4. Yeah, the 4-4 honey is gonna kill that that REF there.
And that's going to be...
Alliance.
It's game.
Not game. Not game. That only buffs the fighter.
Oh
not
yeah,
the bomber.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, being
Blue
safe
is
with
shocked.
And another honey.
it. Another honey.
Here come the honey, honey, honey.
And the
Wow.
Cheerio. And that's gonna be it.
All right. J King, full plot armor, going to the finals.
Even despite that little screw up with the Ruber 10 there.
Maybe that was intentional. Maybe he valued the
don't know.
convoy more there. We'd have to ask him about that later.
Yeah, well, what an amazing series that was. That was awesome. And
Let there be light.
just congratulations to J King.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far he's been true to his word. I mean, if he beat Darkness, he would be winning. So
Yeah.
we're gonna see. We're gonna see. He has some good opportunities now. Some good options. Some good chances to actually take it home.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be playing against either Ari or Canada Bear. So what are your guesses? I'm still slightly optimistic about Ari, although I don't think Canada Bear's too far out of his league. We're gonna be seeing how that's gonna develop.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. Ari's proven to be a tank,
Resilient.
so
Lucky.
Ari's a hard matchup.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen too much of Canada Bear.
You know, last competition, Hubble really surprised everyone. So I suppose anything is possible.
Yeah.
If both of the underdogs make it, dude, that would be.
That'd be amazing. The underdog finals.
Yeah.
I'd sign up for that.
It's just, I wanna double check.
He's double checking, guys.
I'm double checking.
Double checking.
Yeah, okay. So they're both machine 2. Okay. All right. Well, in the next game, we're going to be seeing Ari Ben taking on Canada Bear in the second semifinal here. The winner of that is going to be facing J King 7, who has secured his spot in the finals and secured himself $300. So Blue Blast still with a chance to make it into a prize spot, where they're going to play for the third spot for $200, but whoever takes home the title will earn $500 as well. We are going to go to a quick break while we get Canada Bear and Ari Ben set up for their next match, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
The waiter said if your cocoa's cold, put on your hat.
And we are back, and we are about to head into the second semifinal here between Ari Ben and Canada Bear. What do you guys think for this match?
I don't know, dude. I want to see more of that Japan deck from Ari, though.
Yeah, definitely. That deck was interesting. That was a refreshing sight in all this Germany.
Yeah, ironically, discard is the refreshing thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, Ari's more experienced. He has a little bit more deck knowledge, but anything goes. Anything goes. Never underestimate the underdog, especially if you know what happened last time, in the last OCC.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
underdog taking it all the way to the finals. So yeah.
We are about to be ready to head on into this match. I'm just making sure all our overlays and everything is set up correctly. Now, you are free to start. Oh, never mind. Ari went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Some nervousness coming in for Ari there.
I don't know if that's nervousness. I think man just has to go.
All right, both guys are ready. Challenge has been issued, and they are selecting their decks. What do you think we're going to see here? Germany versus Germany? Or are we going to continue with the trend of not seeing that in the first match?
Germany
Let's
from
continue with the
Canada.
trend.
Maybe Japan from Ari.
Oh, and are you ready to know if you were correct or not? Here we go. And we are into game number 1 between Ari Ben and Canada Bear. And indeed, Scout, you were absolutely correct. It is going to be Germany against Japan. Ari clearly bringing that deck first to take on the German aggression for the second time in a row. Last time,
scary mulligan for Canada.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
Keeping the Adler there?
Mm-hmm.
So let's remember that Ari only beat Wild Eyes with this deck because Wild Eyes missed lethal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Wild Eyes. I don't mean to call you out, but it happened.
I think it's lucky that Ari went first as well, because that's going to stifle some snowball.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing it. The sudden strikes, the amphibious assaults, the Akitas.
The Flam Panthers.
Yep, it's there.
I smell it, dude. I smell it.
Purpose built.
The smell of pain in the afternoon.
So Canada may be worried of that Akita because he doesn't want to drop the Adler, doesn't want to drop the draw engine because, it might just, kill the Adler.
Yeah.
But it worked out, so.
Maybe next turn even a Blitzkrieg.
Ooh, another sudden strike coming out. Probably going to go for the Takasagi here, yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe bet. Just stops any potential Blitzkrieg dead out.
Yeah. The Takasagi is also just such a good card against this German deck. That discard can really hurt. If that gets rid of an Alliance, gets rid of a Blitzkrieg, or any of those kind of key cards, that can really, really hurt you playing Germany.
Canada is debating if he wants to go for the clear or see what Ari has. We know Ari has that sudden strike in hand that he could kill the Panzer and then just completely lose that sudden strike. I think it's best if Canada goes for the attack here, because if we wait, he's just gonna lose his unit.
Yeah.
No.
Choosing not to.
Wolfpack, sudden strike.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, the power of knowing that your opponent has that in hand definitely impacts.
Yeah.
Definitely impacts how you play, but very clear that Canada Bear was trying to set up for like a big frontline Blitzkrieg there.
Yeah.
Doesn't get his wish though.
Yeah, Ari definitely playing anti-meta here. It really feels like.
Yeah.
Because I'm tired of all these goddamn German tanks on my front line. Get them out of here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh. Did someone cut the Wi-Fi in the office?
No. Shouldn't be. 1 second.
Server hamsters got loose again.
So, wait 1 second.
Uh-oh. This isn't turn-in bug, is it?
Well, let's go back to our casters here. We're going to take a quick break while we figure out what happened and how we're going to solve this. And I am very happy if chat wants to say, I told you so, we need a reconnect feature right now. I agree. So we'll be right back in just a few minutes. And we are back with probably the best possible solution to this. They're going to run it back. So the way we handled this is that, according to the rules, DCs do stand if they happen. While we are missing a reconnect feature, it's unfortunately not something we can control. And because of the random nature of card draw and ordering and all that stuff, we can't really guarantee that both games are going to be exactly as fair. So But Canada Bear, being the absolute trooper that he is, agreed that they were going to run it back with the same decks. So we're going to head back into the game and hope for no more crashes. And this will definitely be spoken about on Monday as further proof that we need a reconnect feature, and fast. So let's jump on into the match and into the action. It is the same thing we saw before. It is Germany versus Japan.
Ooh, Mountain Gun coming out, dude. I like it. I like it. Give me more of that. And Mountain Gun is gone. All right, see you later.
But let's be 100% honest here. This is the first Mountain Gun we've ever seen in an OCC or Cards Open.
Unless you blinked and then you didn't see it. But yeah,
It was there for a moment and it was gone.
all right.
But
Canada Bear might have a play in the form of 109 Panzer, 3 damage face, lose it immediately to the Flam Panzer. I don't know. Ari showing that this deck do be clapping.
yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a 109. That was my bad. That was an engineer. Well, there's like 20 cards in this game called engineers, dude. Numbers are hard. The sudden strike coming out in the trade. What? I gotta run this deck, dude. Goodness.
Just as soon as you approach the end of the season, you just switch to this deck because you know everybody's going to be grinding out those German wins.
Yeah.
And those 2 divine wins as well. Oh my god. He can kill everything.
There's so much early removal in this deck.
And I mean, what do you do if you're Canada Bear? I mean,
Lose.
you're sitting on what, 2 alliances?
Yeah, this is a pretty horrendous hand for Canada. 2 alliances and a blitzkrieg, and then an autocannon and Adler. Like literally all cards in his hand that require something else. I think that was the best play he could have made, but even still, it's rough.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what Ari has in hand, right? And his hand is really scary. I mean, that wolf pack alone can shut down Canada Bear real fast.
Yeah.
Oh, and the fast hinds.
Oh. All right,
That's-
we're gonna see the wolf pack come out now. I think
Yeah, I think so as well.
that is a very clear sign that Canada has nothing.
And nothing for him to do there either.
Wow. Extremely potent at the anti-German. Comes autocannon. Huge 2 damage coming out.
Huge.
Huge.
It's huge. I guess the positive here for Canada Bear is that he's able to find those 2 smokescreen tanks and get the fast hinds out on at least 2 units. And Ari has not drawn more discards to keep him down at the moment. And as I say that, he puts up 2 Takasagis.
Oh yeah, telling him good luck, buddy.
But well, at least
Yeah,
it wasn't like, at least it wasn't. Oh well, he doesn't have anything to discard, so it's fine.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Optimism from all here.
You can't kill that ambush, however.
No. Your Takasagis.
Ooh.
So we'll draw.
And there's the
Another wolf pack. Oh,
Gun.
so dirty.
Oh, and
It's
now, wait, now Canada Bear is frozen. Are there server issues?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's still working.
I see.
Oh, dear.
All right. Well, I think that means there is a call to be made to the engineers. All right, so we're going to take a quick break while I call out live ops to take a look at the server for us. Obviously, something is not working as it should, and we do not want to continue with the tournament in that condition. So I am going to send us to a quick break. And, well, okay, so I guess the only good news in this, is that there are now 1-1 in disconnects. It's the only good news.
Yeah,
so
I suppose so.
We'll finish the trilogy of these two techs facing off against each other as soon as the server is in proper working condition. So we might not be right back as soon as the 3 minutes are up, but I'm going to be... Yeah, I didn't pay the hamsters. I didn't. They're all starving right next to me. I need to go give them something to eat. No, but like honestly, huge apologies to both all the viewers and the players in the tournament. This is not what we want to see happening, and again, underlines the importance of getting a reconnect feature in as soon as possible. So we'll see you in a little bit, and don't go anywhere. We will figure this out.
Man, I want to go eat lunch.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Well, I do have good news and bad news, I guess. The good news is we have identified the problem. The bad news is that there was a problem to begin with. I also apologize for everybody that's watching the stream right now and uses Slack, because I just received 2 Slack messages, so everybody's going to be checking their messages. But that is us actively working to solve this issue. So while we are waiting for new server machines to be put into place that are going to be specifically made so that we don't have more issues in this tournament, then we're going to go on to another quick break. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and understanding here. This is obviously not something that we wanted to see happen. And thank you guys for also your patience and understanding, and Scout for your hunger, for enduring your hunger. And everybody in chat is telling you to go eat lunch, by the way, because you totally didn't mute earlier.
Oh, no, I intentionally did not mute. I wanted my woes to be heard.
Well, all right, we'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. If Scout can run and get food in the meantime, I think he should do that. All right, we'll see you in a few seconds. Well, welcome back. While I give Scout and Rydekk a little breather to eat some food, I just wanted to chat with you guys a little bit. I was thinking, maybe we should do like a trivia contest. All right. I'm going to ask a couple questions. And whoever gets it correct first in chat, I will DM them a code for, let's do 3 packs. All right. We'll start off with this. What 2 countries were already involved in a military conflict before the beginning of World War II? Was it Japan and China, Germany and Poland, Germany and France, or Japan and India? Next one is also going to be, what was the longest battle of World War II? And I'm not going to give you the options for that one. And then I'll do the third one. In which battle did the Axis powers lose about a quarter of their total troops on the Eastern Front? So those are the 3 questions. The first people to type the answers to these questions in chat, I will find you and I will DM you some codes and some packs. All right. Well, we are slowly but surely approaching the time where everything is going to be, good and ready. Ari, not Ari Big Ben, but Ari, our CTO, is working hard at getting everything up and running again. And I should be getting an indicator that we are good to go any minute now. Okay. So, I had just got confirmation that everything should be up and running and working again. Well, unless we didn't actually find the underlying problem, and that is still causing us some issues. So, while I get the players situated in the computers again and logged into the game and everything ready, you guys answer those trivia questions. And when we come back, we will go back into game number 1, take number 3 between Ari Big Ben and Canada Bear. Be right back. All right, everybody, we are back, and we are back in business. The server has been fixed. The players are back in the games, and they're even starting the games. And you guys ate a little bit.
A little bit.
We'll jump.
Right.
All right.
See the old adage, third time's the charm.
Absolutely.
See, I want to just have the theory that playing
Mountain gun.
At the same time.
that playing the mountain gun broke the server. That's the rolling theory right now.
Oh no. Then in that case, we may have watched it.
Well, if it happens now, then
Ooh, excuse me.
Ooh, the double NG there.
oof,
Glorious.
Huge.
that's huge. Huge.
Ooh, the whatchamacallit though.
Takasagi.
Bombing
Bombing
raid,
raid.
All right.
Ooh, all those question answers
Yep.
are coming in now.
Yep. I'll go through all the answers in between the next round and DM everybody the codes to the right people.
That's gonna be painful. This bombing raid.
Dude, I'm a little sad, dude. Ari was dominating the first 2 games before the DCs. That is unfortunate. I don't think he can come back from this now. That is.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Don't worry, everybody that's answering all this stuff in chat. I am monitoring your answers, and I will find you and get you your codes. The correct answer is Japan and China, by the way, for those that answered that. The second answer was Battle of the Atlantic. It was the longest battle of World War II. And then the bloodiest battle was Battle of Stalingrad. Oh my god, just look at that board.
I know, it's so sad.
Ari's gonna be sitting there on 1 HP with very little to do. So it took us all this time to get to this game, and then it's done in a few turns. Well,
Yeah, before
Bad face.
Oh, very sad face.
well, if we look at the bright side, at least we've got this game out of the way now, and we can move on to the future games in the series. Yes, when you are ready. Because we are also lagging a little bit behind schedule, both we've gotten extremely competitive and long games today. We're just going to rush through these and get the second semifinal over with before we head on into the best of 5 finals. So the players are now loading back into the battlefield. Canada Bear now leading with 1 against 0. And then we see Ari pulling out his own little German deck.
I love
Look at
that
that.
card back.
Beautiful card back.
Yeah.
The German one?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The 50,000 cards played.
My favorite in the game.
All right, German versus Ramp. Let's see how this goes.
So how does this matchup normally play out? What is the win condition for Ramp here? I'm guessing Canada Bear needs to find a lot of his early guards very soon.
Yeah, and it looks like he has not done that. He does have a couple early Ramp cards. An Albacore, but Albacores aren't super fantastic. All right, he's got a Surrey. I can buy him a little time.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. The engineers coming in. Really good for Ari there.
Buy him a very little time.
Ooh, the P40 might actually be a great play there. Really,
Except it would be penned right away.
yeah, yeah. That's That's a tough one.
All right, I think that's the smart play there. Getting rid of that 109. Take a little bit of damage now, save a lot of damage later.
Yeah.
Plant bands are deployed.
But yeah, that albacore, being pinned, definitely helping out Ari here.
Yeah, maybe 5 first and then attack it. Trade into it or something.
Yeah. And next turn, Canada can carpet bomb.
You sure can.
To clear all those nasty boys.
I wonder if he's gonna hold it.
That seems risky with Alliance out and about.
It does seem risky, but I mean, you might just look at that and think, oh, I can hold that and just play the Grenadier Guards or the East Surrey and
Blackwatch.
He drops the P40 here, yeah.
Oh yeah, P40. That works. That's gonna make it very difficult for him.
Okay, well, unfortunately for Ari, he's not able to deal with that P40 this turn.
He could kill it because it's not guarded, but it's gonna eat up.
Yeah.
While that works, I think. Yeah.
I think that was a really good ordering of doing it for him. Everything in my mind involved using that joint operation, but Ari.
Now comes the carpet. That's gonna sting.
Alright, that sets Ari back. Ari kind of running out of steam here.
Yeah.
And Canada Bear has a high altitude bombing in hand, which is gonna hurt.
Ooh. Yeah, that's brutal. Also going, we got a B7. Okay, wants to get that bomb. I don't blame him. I'd probably want to get that bomber out there too.
Yeah. But again, extremely difficult for Ari here.
But now Ari has no cards left, so another joint top.
Alright, that was a smart play by Ari, getting what little draw he can. And the big old guard.
But at this point, as we've talked about earlier, yeah, and there it is.
Ari, not having it.
Running out of steam there in the second game. Unfortunate how this series ended up having to have the first game restarted a couple of times.
Yeah. After Ari was like,
I mean, he was killing it the first 2 times.
he was. I'm not trying to be too biased, but he really was dominating those first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean that Japan deck was absolutely crafted to deal with that German aggro, and then in the one game that stuck, he wasn't able to find the draws that he needed, and on the flip side, Canada Bear was able to find everything he needed. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But as we did in the first Officer Club Championship, we will of course discuss this in detail with the players and figure out a solution everybody's going to be happy with. So for anybody that isn't aware, there was, for instance, a moment of doubt in the final game between Ari and Blue Blast in the first Officer Club Championship, and we solved that by matching the prize money for first and second, so they both got equally rewarded. So we do find ways to make sure that the players are treated fairly as much as we can in this. Obviously, those disconnects are out of anybody's control. It can happen at any time that we run into those issues. Unfortunately, it happened during that time. But we thank Ari for his participation here. It would never be the same without him. His picture also brightened up my day.
That's true.
All right. Well, to go over the questions that I asked here earlier, and real quick again, because people were asking for the answers. I am going off of a website that asks a bunch of trivia questions about World War II, so I'm not a historical expert. Don't get mad at me. Get mad at my sources. Japan and China were the countries that were in the conflict before World War II. Longest battle was the Battle of the Atlantic, lasting from 1939 until 1945, according to this definition. And the last question, in which battle did the Axis powers lose about a quarter of their total troops on the Eastern Front? That was the Battle of Stalingrad. But with this, we now know who our finalists are going to be. And there's 2 new people in the finals this time around.
Ooh.
It is J King 7 versus Canada Bear. So, how are you guys feeling for that matchup?
Well, the underdogs essentially.
Yeah, it is my ideal matchup. I think, not trying to make the players feel bad with my bias, but don't want to see the same dude win all the time.
Yeah, he's happy Blue already is out of the league, so no, of course not. But yeah, I mean, it's the battle of the underdogs. I mean, the way it happened maybe was a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting nonetheless. And these 2 guys are, I mean, they deserve their spot up there. So we're going to see how that's going to pan out to be. J King against Canada Bear. And then we have the 3rd place finals, Blue Blast against Ari.
Yeah.
Down the road. So we're not finished just yet after this.
Ooh, excuse me.
What was that?
It was a hiccup.
Yeah. All right. Well, there we can see the bracket: J King 7 versus Canada Bear. That's going to be our grand final here. Because of the way we've been running on the schedule, I'm going to ask Blue and Ari to play their 3rd place match off stream, and I'm going to ask Blue Blast to record them for us so we can upload them to YouTube at a later date, so we can see how they go. But what we will do is we will go on to a break as soon as I set up our little break screen here. See, the problem is because they always swap computers, and I just moved all of Canada Bear stuff to computer number 1, but J King is computer number 1. So now I got to change all the stuff here. So that's why this is taking a little longer than I would like. All right. Well, we will be right back in about 3 minutes with the grand finals between J King 7 and Canada Bear. See you right after this. And we are back, and we are about to head on into the final match between J King 7 and Canada Bear. All Canadian finals, guys.
Yeah. That's interesting. I think it's the first time that happens. I mean, two players of the same nation playing in the finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is. During the last year's World Championship, we did have two competitors coming from Sweden, but only Gearbot made it to the finals. So I'm going through the list of answers here, and it looks like To Die is again. Got Japan and China correct first, and got Stalingrad correct first as well. So I'm going to send him 2 codes, but I'm also going to give Wild Eyes, because he got Stalingrad correct as well. And we'll do Munster 76 as well for Stalingrad. And then let's see, the longest battles. I'll get to that in a second. We are in! We're into the game! These guys are not wasting any time. Oh, wait, I didn't change the overlays.
Oh no!
Oh! Wait, I can do it real quick.
Real quick.
J King is there. Canada is there. Canada is there. R is there. And J King Cam is there. And Canada Bear. I swear to God, this is happening really fast. I promise. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Everything is correct. Now to change it on the other screen.
Okay, all right. J King with the Soviets.
Yep.
Canada with Germany. Surprise. I don't know. We haven't seen the Soviet versus Germany, have we?
We have not. This is the first time that we see that.
Ooh, the amphibious assault come out. Gets rid of that. Let's see the Panzer 3H. Probably gonna go for the 109th, maybe. Yeah. Or the Comet. Comet's that's a tough choice for Canada Bear, because the Comet could potentially be like game changing later on, but 109th could be super game changing now. Opts for the Stug. He's like, screw that moral quandary. Give me the Stug.
I'll take none of the other two. Subverts our expectations. The Cossacks there taking that out.
Pretty good. We probably develop the board. Excuse me. Probably develop the board, and then go for that Adler. Yeah, Adler Alliance next turn. Big scary play.
Oh, look at that hound. That is interesting.
Coming out.
Got a hammer. We got critical hit. No sickles.
J King's hand looking very spicy, very anti-Germany. You probably want amphibious, the Panzer 3, I think, just because it's got more health and it's got less operation cost. .45mm, surprisingly good tech into German aggro, because it does bonus damage to the tanks, takes no damage in return, and has ambush. That was still a huge alliance, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the Adler is still alive, so.
Ooh, this is kind of rough for him. Probably gonna use the hammer on that Flampanzer.
Yeah. That's a juicy target.
Canada, pretty much out of cards. He does have a Blitzkrieg, though.
Isn't that lethal?
Is that enough?
I think so.
7, 13, 21. Yep.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Boom.
That's German efficiency for you.
That is German efficiency. Wow. Well, I mean, I think we're seeing why this deck is popular, right? You get the red cards. There is nothing that can stop you. And that's why I gotta say, like, you know, I've had a lot of fun watching these guys bring different decks to the first game of the series. But doesn't it just make sense to bring the German deck first? Not take this chance. Well, in a best of 5, I mean, now J King has a German deck, right? And Canada Bear doesn't.
Yeah, he does. J King also has a Soviet deck still, so
Yeah.
he has all 3 decks still at his disposal. And I'm not sure what Canada Bear was running again. I think Commandos. And I have to look. Hold on. Let's have a look here. Yeah, his Britain, his UK deck, and his USA Blackwatch. Yeah, his ramp deck. So yeah, he still got his ramp deck and his UK deck there. So it's not gonna be easy for him. But,
Going into the next game.
J King sticking with the Soviets.
Yeah. All he knows he's up against ramp. Opting to throw away the AT gun. Zeros are actually pretty good against ramp decks. Because it's a big ambush fighter. Hard to remove. You know, kind of eats bombers for breakfast. Really, really strong into like Avengers specifically. Because they're out of that HP range. And the Avenger can't attack past them. Okay, J King with the engineers. Really any units to play with them. Canada, no early ramp cards. No early anything really. Both players just kind of skipping turns over and over. Can't really do anything.
Oh. They're skipping turns so fast I can't even keep up.
J King with the Takasagi coming out. Didn't J King beat ramp with his Soviet last time?
Yes, he did.
I'm not mistaken. Yeah. You may want to use the hammer against that, I think. Just because, you know, that's a removal that is not going to get too much value versus the other things Canada's going to be running.
12 cost Empire though, that's painful. That is really painful to see.
It's definitely rough. Canada with a full hand, not really much to play at all. Could go for the heal, could go for the ramp. Probably wants to go for the ramp just so he can start emptying his hand somehow. Ooh, going for the airborne. Guess he doesn't want to overdraw.
You can kill it next turn with the strategic there if he wants to.
Yeah, but does he need to?
Yeah, that's the question. If he really thinks, because he's gonna keep healing if those units die. So it depends on how he wants to look at it. It's not really crucial just yet, but maybe in the future.
Mm-hmm. J King's sitting on 2 hammers and a lot of removal there. But man, that Blackwatch hit a lot.
It really did.
5 cost hammer, 3 cost sickle. Not easy to look at.
We got the 13 credit bloody sickle in the cards open, which is pretty great.
Okay, so I swiped the board there for him. Support line.
All right, Corsair coming out.
Ooh, scary.
I mean, that's smart. You can actually potentially kill.
Lose both his units here, but I'm sure you don't mind. Board's reset.
boards reset. Canada Bear hasn't gotten off any free ramp or any early ramp. So
See the
J-King,
Corsair come out again.
I think J-King is sitting pretty happy here.
He could do a sickle critical hit on that, but those Blackwatch, like you said, those Blackwatches really did a number on him.
It just costs so much. Opting for it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Like he's gonna lose something regardless if he drops a unit. So
yeah, denying that destruction effect.
okay, a little ramp, a little Surrey. Thought we might see the Seaborn, but Canada's probably really itching to get some ramp off. Another,
Yeah.
Empire of the Sun. It's kind of rough.
But man, Amphibious Assault is so good now with all these Surrey regiments running around.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, double Jasco if he wants it.
Probably wants to get the P40, I think.
Yeah. P40 has much more value than a Jasco, in my opinion.
I agree.
And
just-
Soviets tend to struggle killing air units.
It's just always so much fun to have like 2 Jascos. Something about that.
All right. Let's see what he's packing. Another critical hit.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And he can tag the P40 with the arty. So
Yep.
actually he has a lot of
Looking
ways.
good.
He has a lot of ways to ping for the critical hit. He got the 2 zeros there as well.
Absolutely, dude. All right. Still not seeing that Seaborn come out.
Hey, do you know what?
Another Blackwatch. Ooh, that could be brutal. If he
That
drops
might-
it now,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
I
would
think it's
brick
coming
his,
out. Boom.
Oh yeah, gonna brick one of his empires.
And you see
Oh,
the
King
and
not
the look
happy
on
about
King's
that.
face.
instant reaction.
Ooh, but KV1 kind of spicy. You drop a KV1 and a 0.
I mean, he still has removal, though. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
He does. He has a hammer. It does cost 7 credits, but it is a hammer.
Opting for double 0 instead. I like it. Setting that up for a hammer.
What do you do here if you are Canada Bear? Don't you just strategic bombing?
Good strategic planning. I don't know. Your strap bomb could also be strong. And then a ramp.
Yeah. And even push up the front line with one of your guard units.
Yeah.
It always hurts so much to spend like 7 credits for a hammer.
Yeah. Blackwatch is a nasty one.
Ooh.
Carpet bomb.
Not that he really needs it.
No, he doesn't. He's probably gonna save it.
Oh, that's dunk.
Yeah, he got the milk truck there, so you always hate the milk truck in Seaborn. He can when he drops that KV1, it's just gonna get Avengered immediately.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks.
And Canada Bear knows, you know, the KV1 is something that's going to be coming, and probably holding back the Avenger for exactly that. And drawing his own P40 there as well.
Well, I think he was holding back the Avenger because he didn't have anything to hit it with.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Like those zeros do really well. Canada, I think, is in a really good position right now.
Yeah. He can use his 12 cost Empire, though.
Draw some cards.
Red Banner, Bloody Sickle.
You might see that strat planning come out.
Wait, let me see. I kind of want to take a look
That
at.
could be huge strat planning. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah. So I think we can call it. Unless he has... Oh, no, actually has first rifles, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, he has. But
does.
that's not going to work against... Actually, yeah, he does. He has a 0.
Yeah.
You can save this.
I'm looking at his deck and I'm thinking what he could do to bring this game back. I mean, he definitely has some tools left in his deck, but so does Canada Bear.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's over for J King. I really don't.
That carpet bombing could hurt a little bit, but
It's gonna heal him for free though.
J King needs something to kill that Avenger right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
He could potentially use the Grenadier Guards to heal with his little 2/3 there.
So what J King has in hand is he does have the 6th Airborne, but that Jasko moving to the front line
Yeah, that's smart.
stops him dead in his tracks.
You're gonna want a fighter here, I think. Ooh. None of those options are super great. There's only like one elite Soviet fighter, right? And it's the Tomahawk.
Tomahawk, yeah.
Maybe he could like Red Banner and hope for a fighter.
That's an
It's
option.
hard to say.
What card would you Red Banner then?
Probably the 45, because then you can get the LA 5 from that. That's probably what he's looking for. And he got the bomber. Yeah, that
Luck.
it's tragic.
Yeah, it's over.
Unfortunate.
That was the best chance he had there.
Unless he... Nah.
Not getting the correct type of plane to halt the advance from Canada Bear. Canada Bear really bringing it to J King in these first couple of matches.
Absolutely.
Yeah, J King's gonna have to go 3-0 if he wants to win.
Yeah, I think this is a great time for us to actually bring in both of these guys for a little chat. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of either one or both of them. Let us see. They need to accept my friend request. There we go. All right, let's bring Canada Bear in here and give him a little chat. Talk to him, figure out how he's feeling. All right, he's now added to the group. And in the call, Canada Bear, can you hear us?
Yeah.
How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. Still have one game to go, so yeah, not one know yet.
So you're now 2-0 up. You need to win one more match with your final deck to take home the championship. How does it feel? And you know, how has this first Officer Club Championship been for you?
I actually joined this game. Thank you again for having me. And speaking of the game, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty lucky to be honest. And I'm a little bit nervous during the game time. So have some bad move, but you know, especially the game with ABB, he's supposed to take the wing with the Japan mid-range anti-aggro deck. Yeah, overall it's a good game.
Okay, awesome. Well, you only have one deck left, and you're gonna have to face basically any deck that J King decides to bring to the table. What deck are you most afraid of? What deck do you not want to see from him against your final deck?
Say it's definitely aggro game or mid-range control deck. I would not like to say. You will know my deck soon. It's pretty fun deck. I'm enjoying a lot with that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and good luck in the final match. I'm going to bring J King in here for a little chat as well.
Sure.
But we'll talk to you later.
Sure. Bye.
Good luck. All right. Now let's bring in J King. Have a little chat with him. Hello, J King. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah. Well, you're down 0-2 in the grand finals here against Canada Bear. How does it feel with the back against the wall? And do you think you have what it takes to bring this back in a reverse sweep?
I definitely think I have what it takes. I definitely think all three of my decks are very capable of beating whatever British deck he has. And I'm not sure if you followed the Nations Cup that Spews hosted in July, but I think I won 7 games. Well, it was 1 loss would be over for the entire team, so I think I definitely have what it takes.
So you're no
very confident. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not feeling the pressure. It feels like Scout Rydekk. Do you have any questions for J King?
Yeah. Sometimes looking at you while you were playing the game was amusing at points. The question I have for you is, King, how do you feel like when you feel like you're kind of losing the control of a match? What kind of thought process do you have? Do you like re-strategize, or do you stick to the plan?
I think through what cards I would need to win, and like what are the ways I can regain control of the game, and what are the ways I could come back in the game, and what I need to look for. So yeah, I definitely rethink my strategy.
Okay.
So, what went through your mind, in these 2 games so far? What do you think went wrong for you? Was it just unlucky draws, or did you make any misplays?
I'm gonna have to rewatch the VOD to say for sure, but I don't think I made any misplays, and I feel pretty confident that my Soviet deck wins at least 65% of the time in both of those matchups.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a lot you can do. I've gotten pretty lucky in some of the previous games, so
Yeah.
you win some, you lose some.
That's absolutely true. Sometimes you have the draws and sometimes you don't. Well, J King, thank you so much for jumping in and talking to us for just a second. We'll talk to you again later, either after the tournament is over or after you start your comeback journey. So for now, we'll say goodbye and good luck.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. All right, guys. That was J King. Before we head on into the match number 3 between these 2 players, we are going to go to a quick break. I need to change this to 0. So I'm getting you guys the score on the break screen. All right. Everything is about to be ready. We're going to go to a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to go into match number 3 between J King 7 and Canada Bear in this grand final of this month's Officer Club Championship. The winner of this match will take home $500. You do not want to miss this. We'll see you right back here in a couple of minutes.
take that low. I'll tell you what you can do. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Oh, buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root, root, root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Oh, buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root, root, root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out at the old ball game.
We are back. The helmet is on. That can only mean one thing. The tournament is close to being over. You shaking your head, Scout. You don't like the helmet?
No.
Why?
You're all nerds, dude.
I love
He's
the
just
helmet.
jealous.
I think it's great. I love my emote as well. If you guys have Scout's emote of me wearing this helmet, you can spam it in chat as much as you want. I won't time out anybody. All right. I'm going to give the guys a go-ahead. We just talked to J King and Canada Bear there in the break, and J King supremely confident. You know, he sounded more confident than Canada Bear did. You know, 0-2 down, and he's just like, yeah, no problem. I got this.
Yeah.
That just tells what kind of a person he is. I mean, 2-0 down, and he's like, well, I'm gonna get back to this. Doesn't matter. So, huge props for that. I mean, some people would just
Absolutely.
put their heads
And
down
his
like,
march towards the comeback starts right now. Let's go into game number 3 in this grand final. If Canada Bear can take this one, he will take home the grand prize of $500. If J King can fight back, he will still have to win 2 more games in order to steal this one back. And it's a mirror matchup, Britain against Britain. So J King apparently so confident in his British deck that he decides to bring it over his Soviet deck and into the mirror matchup that he knows is coming. And
Ooh.
God, do you not want to see an Indian brigade this early in the game?
Ooh. He's with a honey, another Indian. Oh, this might be scary. J King doesn't really have an answer for that.
He has
At
the
all.
he has the air power. He has the air power.
I guess.
He
But
can get rid of the honey at least.
it's true. It's true.
But if you're a Canada Bear now, like, do you just throw your entire hand on the board there?
I think so. Definitely want to get the Pioneers out.
Yeah, because then we can do it next turn. Ooh, that would be huge.
Yeah.
But air power coming in.
Which one's it gonna hit?
It's gonna save J King probably a lot of headaches.
killing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he sees that we can do it come out now, he's gonna
Oof.
be so happy.
The Rule Britannia as well, sitting in the hand, and a black white. Ooh. All right, Canada's got some dirty plays here. Ooh, J King has his own black watch. Seems unsure that if he wants to use it when Canada only has the 3 cards.
Monty wouldn't be useful now. I would just, black watch.
He'll hit his Rule Britannia with the black watch.
Ooh, honey.
Probably gonna save the honey for when he can play it with a draw, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
I think
He's
Canada's
chosen. Oof.
black bear's gonna.
I
Sex
always
He wants it.
I always take the Pioneer there. In that commando
that black
deck.
watch is gonna hurt. for J King.
Yeah, let's look at that damage on the other side. Well,
What do you think J King's doing there, looking down? You think he's taking notes?
Yeah.
Seeing what has and hasn't been played?
J King is the type of guy that notes down every card his opponent plays and tries to use the process of elimination. Ooh.
That cup of tea could be very useful.
Guys, Canada Bear has a Rule Britannia the turn after. I just want to point that out.
That is very frightening.
It's like he's going to throw that cup of tea on all these units. And yeah. Wow.
This is getting real scary real quick.
Absolutely.
Blackwatch is going to at least delay it for a couple of turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 turns, I suppose.
This is scary, dude.
Oh, it is a scary. Oh no!
Oh, another cup of tea.
No! It hurts.
Another Indian.
Ooh, he's getting prepped, dude. He is getting J King all greased up and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the reaction from J King now. He sees it.
Someone fetch the lube.
So what does he shoot here? I guess he shoots that. You can trade into that. Good stuff, dude.
Oof, J King is in a lot of trouble here.
I think he really should get that Corsair out.
Yep.
Thing is, though, that front line is so beefy. Doesn't really have anything to help offset that.
Canada Bear is like probably slightly crying that he doesn't have a honey out to use that supply chain and get like so much value out of it. But
or a special delivery with it, even.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, if we look at his board right now, if he ruled Britannia's next turn, he's going to have a 10-10 Sexton. He's going to have a 7-7, 7-7, 2 7-7 Furies, and a 9-9 Fury in the front line.
That is horrifying. Oh, but J King has his own Rule Britannia now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is about to turn it into Pacific Rim over here real quick.
Unfortunately, though, for J King, doesn't have quite as beefy of a beefy of a board. Oh my God, this is gonna be. I mean, it depends on from which angle you look at it. Probably one of the most satisfying Rule Britannias or one of the most terrifying Rule Britannias you've ever seen.
He's gonna go, dude. I think he should go for it.
There's
100%.
nothing else. There's nothing else. Oh, J King sees it. He sees it.
And he can't put the Avenger on the board either.
Carpet bombing.
Carpet
just
bomb.
one turn too late. It's too late.
Oh, he got the worst one.
Yep.
The worst possible target. You hate to see it.
Because look at the damage. Look at the damage that Canada Bear does have, right?
Yeah, I see
18
it.
plus 14 plus 9 plus 9. So he has what? 18 plus 18 plus 14. Plus 9.
Blackwatch has Fury. Don't forget that.
Yeah, it's 36. It's 50. He can do 50 damage next turn. He can do 50 damage, guys.
Yeah, that's bananas.
It's normal.
What is he gonna if he's gonna get? Yeah.
There's no target that will save him. There's no target that will save him.
He has to try anyway. But
oh, both the Furies up. Can you believe people said Theaters of War added busted cards?
There we go.
Wow.
And with
insane.
That,
wow.
J King got, well, let's just put it this way, smashed. That was, whew.
Wow.
Rule Britannia.
That was the biggest Rule Britannia I've seen.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
on 2 super
Fury.
buff Fury units, big
Incredible.
artillery. Oh, it was nasty.
Wow. That was absolutely insane. And Canada Bear, first tournament, I mean, so technically, even though we did see him play last time around, he was tied for 8th and didn't technically make it into the top 8, but now he makes it and takes it home.
Yeah.
3-0s, Jay King in the finals.
He 2-0'd Ari as well before that, and before that, I think it was closer, but
It was.
I think he had 1 loss his whole run.
Man.
I'm a bit speechless. That Rule Britannia just, yeah. That's incredible. Really powerful. And then on the Indians, all the units with the Fury and wow. Yeah.
Those British Dittos are scary, man, because neither side really has big removal.
It was the battle of the top deck, really. And
I mean, you have to, like Jay King really needed that carpet bomb 1 card higher in his deck, because just the amount of HP that wipes off the board for the Rule Britannia, it means that everybody's going to be like 3 attack lower. So that Sexton, it's not a 9/9, it's a 6/6. That's more manageable, right? That Blackwatch, it's a 6/6. It's still a lot of damage, but it's still more manageable than what ended up on the board.
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'm gonna check if Blue Blast and Ari are done, and then we are gonna get Canada Bear in here for a quick chat. His microphone was a little bit fuzzy, so it's a little bit hard to understand, but we still want to talk to our champion. So let's see if we can get Canada Bear back in here.
Still got to see if we're gonna be handing out any cacti this month.
No, I was actually nervous about that, because that's gonna be a lot of extra work for me. I'm gonna be staying up, all night, finding like cacti stores. But as I say that, the champion, the winner, the legend, Canada Bear has joined our call. Canada Bear, congratulations on the win there. How does it feel?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited right now.
Yeah? Well, you 3-0'd Jay King in the finals there and had probably one of the largest Rule Britannias I've ever seen in that match. Tell us a little bit about how that match felt and what you were thinking.
Yeah, I have less cards than Jay King, and I'm waiting for the special delivery, and I can't wait for that,
Mm-hmm.
It's not coming, so that give me the only way I can win here. It's just take the front line and play the Britannia. Yeah, that's only my thought when I played that game.
So is that something you build, specifically into your deck? Is that the reason why you have so many Fury units in there? Is that the idea, or did it just happen to play out that way, that you ended up with that, Blackwatch and 2 of those Indians to buff?
Yeah, when I construct this deck, I'm thinking I have 2 ways to win. The first one is take the front line and use the small units, buff them, give them health, and run the Britannia. The other way is play the Commonwealth, kill the 20 damage when you have 30 health more.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's 2 ways of my deck to win. So when I don't want to take the too much units in the back line. So sorry, I'm so excited right now.
Hey, absolutely no problem. You deserve to be excited. It was an absolute pleasure watching you play. May I ask, do you plan on playing in the KARDS Open?
I already signed up for that, so looking for that. And thanks again for organizing this, and thank you for having me today.
Well, absolutely my pleasure. Scout and Rydekk, do you have any questions for Canada Bear before we let him go?
Not really. Scout, up to you.
Up to me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, dude.
You're allowed to say no. That's fine.
I guess no, dude. I don't know.
All right. Well.
Actually, yeah, I have one more question then.
Okay.
Canada Bear, what you're gonna do with all this juicy prize money?
Well, there you go.
I cacti.
Think about that. Maybe get a new PS5. I don't know.
Sorry, your microphone cut out. Did you say get a new microphone?
No, PS5.
A PS5. Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I do hope you enjoy your PS5 when it comes, and thank you again for your participation and congratulations on your victory. I am more than sure that we will see you again in future installments of the Officer Club Championship. But yeah, goodbye and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, and with that, we say goodbye to Canada Bear, and we crown another Officer Club champion. So far, 3 Officer Club championships, 3 different champions. All right, Big Ben, Blue Blast, and Canada Bear.
That's actually quite nice to see as well. So, there's always a little bit of surprise, like, always anticipating the same guy to win. And it makes it just more enjoyable to watch.
I think, so from my perspective as well, working at the developer and looking at the game overall, I am really happy to see the consistency by which these players are making it to the top, right? I mean, our winners are basically, Canada Bear, Ari, Blue Blast, and then Darkness in the KARDS Open. And these are all players that we've basically seen in every Officer Club Championship. There's a reason they're here at the top, and it's because they are the best players in the game.
Yeah. That's true.
All right.
Absolutely.
So, let's wrap this up. Before we go, I would like to offer you guys to give some shout outs and to talk to all our beautiful people watching.
Would you like to go first, Rydekk? Tell them about K-League again.
Yeah, sure, why not? So, Ollie's laughing. But yeah, talking about the K-League, I mean, it's another competition, surely. Slightly different in the sense that it's a long, prolonged sort of thing. So you play for 3 weeks for points. You don't get eliminated, you just play for points, and at the end of the season, you tally all those points up, and the victors are decided on who has the most points. If you are top 2, you get promoted. If you're bottom 2 of each group, you are relegated, and so forth and so forth. Starting out with a small prize pool, but hopefully in the coming seasons we may be able to expand that to be a bit more juicy, but we'll see. Anything else I want to say about this is, well, our Discord group. If you want to know more about it, you can go check out the chat here. I will put it in the chat description, and it's going to be a lot of cool things happening over there. We have a bot there. It's going to be racking out the decks, the statistics of each player. It's going to be awesome. So if you want to find out more, join the Discord.
And we're going to be handing out some packs to participants as well. So,
yeah, absolutely. We got a €200 prize pool. We got 80 packs that's going to be handed out to a bunch of players who participate, and of course 4 hours worth of coaching from the good and only Blue Blast. So much appreciated to Blue Blast for helping us with this. So yeah,
I want to point out one thing, because you're talking about coaching from Blue Blast.
Yes.
We did an 1.5-hour stream where he coached me in draft, and I went from averaging 2 wins per draft to averaging 5 wins per draft, and taking a massive step up in my collection. So that coaching session, definitely worth a lot. All right.
Absolutely.
Scout, your time to sign off.
I stream twitch.tv/ScoutShout. Yeah. Most of you know me. No surprises. I do dumb stuff. I yell a lot. I scream a lot. I sass 1939 a lot.
That's true.
So if you guys like sass and stupid decks and pushing cards to the limit and, you know, maybe seeing some stuff that is the complete opposite of what we're seeing here, then maybe stop by sometime. Everybody's welcome. It's real chill. We got some great music. We all hang out, you know.
Yeah, thank you for that. And definitely check out Scout on Twitch, twitch.tv/ScoutShout. Well, for 1939 Games and myself, my name is Olikrummi, and I've been your host. This was the Officer Club Championship. Congratulations to Canada Bear on his victory. We will be back in a couple of weekends' time with the KARDS Open, and then next month with another version of the Officer Club Championship. That time around, we're going to be opening it up to the top 12 on the ladder. So if you're thinking you might have a shot against these players, it's time to get grinding and make sure you get to the top 12 spots in the ladder for the next Officer Club Championship. Thanks for following. Thanks for watching. Thanks to all our players. And we'll see you next time.